Just checking audio online. This is another audio check for people online. Feel free to let me know if you can hear my audio. Thank you.
Hear you loud and clear.
I can hear your audio. I can hear you, Hazel. surgery for probably 4 years.
Oh, yeah. It's a big deal.
This one was big.
Yeah, and for each hour you're under a general.
Oh, is that
Yeah, that's one of the
rule of thumb?
It is a rule of thumb.
This is nice. Look, I'm printing the agenda for us, which is really lovely.
Oh, that is nice, because
Because
I'm
I
always going
usually
back
do
and
it.
forward. Yeah, do you? Oh, do you? I don't, because I
I
just,
usually bring it because I make notes.
excellent. Oh.
This is a final check. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, good evening. It is 7 o'clock, so we can start the meeting. And no, I am not Mayor Murdoch. I am Councillor Patterson. And for those of you who may not be aware, we do rotations as members of council for Committee of the Whole throughout the year. So this will end my 3-month stint. This is the last one, so be kind. But we'll call the meeting to order, and as always, we open our meetings by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Coasts and Straits Salish people, the Lekwungen-speaking people, known today as the Songhees and Coast-Sapsum nations, and that their historic connections to the land continue to this day. So, welcome everyone to the meeting. And we will start with the approval of the agenda. If there are no additions, deletions, changes. Second. We have a first and a second. All in favor? Thank you. I would just also like to briefly welcome back Councillor Green, who has been off on a bit of a hiatus for recovering, but she's walking much better now, I think. And so we're so happy to have you back in Chambers. And we have Councillor Braithwaite joining us remotely tonight, but I see she's on the screen, so welcome, Councillor Braithwaite. So with that, we will go right to the first order of business, the adoption of the Committee of the Whole minutes. We have 4 sets of minutes, January 30th, February 18th, March 6th, and March 13th. If there are no changes or amendments to them, we can adopt them as a slate of 4. So with that, motion to first, second, thank you. All in favor?
Make one quick amendment, if I could, just to 3.1. I just note that in the Committee of the Whole minutes for the Town Hall, there's a detailed thing about the Carnarvon Park Master Plan on page 2, and then a shorter and less accurate summary on page 3. So I think if we could just adopt the minutes, striking the second reference to the Carnarvon Park process would be helpful.
Thank you, Mayor. So if we can adopt as amended? Yes? All in favor? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite, I'm taking, you're not raising your hand in opposition, so I'm taking that to be a confirmation. Thank you.
Point of clarification, could we please just have that change repeated again for council? Thank you.
Absolutely. So on page 2, on page 2, there's a Carnarvon Park Master Plan about halfway down under Housing and Development. And I'm not sure, it's included in there but it's a full detail of all the conversation that happened on Carnarvon Park. And then lower down on page 3, there's a reference to housing was excluded based on public feedback, which is part of the story, but the rest of it is included in the first part. So I'm just suggesting we strike that second part. Yeah. It's covered in the first.
It's a repetition. Yeah. So, moving on to that, it takes us to the Mayor and Council verbal reports at our Committee of the Whole. It's our chance for the members of Council to tell us all of the things they've been involved in since the last meeting. And Councillor Green, since you are back in your chair now, and we're so delighted, perhaps we will start with you.
I haven't been doing very much. It's called Netflix Gem on my iPad and lying flat. So I've been horizontal for a long time. So it's nice to be sitting up. Thanks.
Thank you. And perhaps Councillor Braithwaite, if you're online there and can tune in, perhaps we'll go to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. For me, it's quite a short list. The Parks, Rec and Culture, they have been working on the placement, deciding the placement of a new piece of artwork, and also on working on the Wall of Fame applications that have come in. And then for the Oak Bay track, it's been moving forward quite quickly. So we're working very hard on trying to get that completed. The art studio tour was very successful. That was on April 5th and 6th. And so thank you to all the artists who took part in that. And of course, the Hockey Day in Canada was a huge success. That was our celebration of the 100-year anniversary of the Stanley Cup being won in Oak Bay. I would like to give many thanks to all of the staff who were involved. I think without our staff being involved at the level that they were, that the event would not have gone off as well as it did. So I'd like to just extend a big thanks to them. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Watson, we'll just start going around the table here.
Thank you, Chair. Not too much to report from me. I've been in Italy for a couple of weeks, so no council-related activities for about 14 days, which was a nice break, actually. Not that I don't enjoy my responsibilities, but it was a break. Before that, I have standing committees that I represent the council at. Nothing particular to report out from them. Mostly, the time before that has been meetings with individual members of the community around issues that they're concerned about. So really, no big fry to report on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Chair. So just very briefly, at the end of March, began attending on behalf of Oak Bay the CRD Climate Action Intermunicipal Task Force. So stepping in Councillor Smart's shoes and trying my best to catch back up with that again. I've served on that body before, and it's a really positive group to sort of share ideas around the CRD on climate action. A number of the CRD's climate strategies are being updated, so the Climate Action Working Group is working on that at the moment. I have stepped away from the chair, as council is aware, at the Greater Victoria Public Library, but remain a trustee and have now stepped into the Finance Committee. We're starting work we've just passed, as council is aware, we've just talked about the most recent budget and passed the library's budget. The work begins anew on the new budget, so that's starting as of next month, and we're completing the audits and those types of things. So that's the new financial plan work. The GVPL is also planning a retreat, which is going to be held here in Oak Bay, to our great credit, next month. And we'll be talking about, a long list of items. The meeting was just today at lunchtime, and there is quite a list of things for the group to consider at the retreat next month. And then also, as the mayor mentioned at our last meeting, I was also present at the AVIC meeting up in Nanaimo 2 weekends ago, and was really pleased to be there in my role as trustee, both as councillor but also as trustee with the GVPL. There was a shared library presence in the trade show at AVIC again this year, a joint venture between the GVPL and the Vancouver Island Regional Library. It was super successful, great outreach opportunity, great opportunity to talk about the significance of libraries in our community. And myself and Chair Hemmons from Virl also took the advantage to talk to various ministers and provincial representatives that were there to advocate on behalf of libraries. As council is well aware, a strong interest of mine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like the majority of the time in the last couple of months has been meeting with residents, and I just want to say an appreciation for how engaged our community is and reaching out and having so many great conversations and hearing different points of view. As well, in the last couple months, I've been working on a few things for Design Victoria that's coming up. So I'm, as part of a building quality and architecture group, I've been coordinating a panel discussion on how design can impact community. And I've also been preparing to be on a panel discussion around the topic of unseen. And looking at unseen voices in our communities. So that's coming up on May 3rd. The hockey event was fantastic. That was such a great community event to see so many people out celebrating from so many different aspects of our community, a real joy around the legacy of our community. I've had my regular meetings for the Arts Commission. I've been helping with the Heritage Commission as well as the Greater Victoria Labour Relations Association. I also recently had the opportunity to attend naloxone training at Oak Bay High, so thank you to Oak Bay High for holding such an important training. event. And I also had the opportunity to attend a panel on the missing middle housing and where we're at now in the CRD. And it was a great panel discussion with staff, both in planning and engineering from the District of Saanich, just really talking about what's working well and what could still be improved. And so that was a really informative session. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Mayor Murdoch.
Thank you, Chair. I, of course, have the opportunity to give updates more regularly, but a couple of things that have happened recently. One, I sit on the executive of the BC Association of Police Boards with the conference coming up, so a lot of work over the last few weeks preparing for that conference. I also sit on the national panel for police board chairs. So we have a semi-regular meeting about once a quarter, just going over larger sort of governance and issues that are spanning Canada, which I find very, very useful in terms of bringing some of the issues that are happening in other jurisdictions, back here in terms of that knowledge. I want to just make a couple of quick plugs. One is as you probably know, there's a Canadian College of Performing Arts that's located here in Oak Bay that teaches performing arts at a very high level. And at the end of the school year, they put on their signature performance. So it is a Cinderella, Roger and Hammerstein's Cinderella, which I got a chance to go see last week, and it's fabulous. So if you're interested in something that supports the local arts, I highly recommend. And the other thing coming up, of course, this Thursday is we are having our second town hall of the year. It's just an open format for people to come and talk to council about things that they want to talk about. So it's happening this Thursday at the Monterey Center at 7 p.m. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I won't go in, since I have been filling in as acting mayor, I've been attending a few things. Most of them, some of them at least, like the BIA mix and whatnot, the mayor has already talked about, so I won't spend time going over that again. But on March 27th, I did attend at University of Victoria the Advancing Trans History Conference that took place. They had about 300 delegates at the conference. Some very interesting speakers, and so it was a pleasure to attend that and represent the District of Oak Bay at that event. I also just earlier this week, we had the CREST Finance Committee Audit Committee meeting, and I am the chair of the CREST, the Emergency Radio Communications group here in the region. I chair their finance committee, and so it was the audit meeting, and I won't speak to it too much because we still have to present it to the board. However, I'm still smiling, so it's obviously a good meeting. I also I'm on their building committee for the new building that we are developing out in Langford, and so we were together looking at how that is all moving together, and it's still on track, and we expect to move in probably late July to the new building. And we've already accepted an offer of sale on the existing building, and they're delighted to hear that we're on schedule and we'll be moving out as per schedule. So that is about all that I want to speak about with that, but I just would like to, we have a lot of people in the room tonight. Please, just a reminder to everybody in the room and that might be viewing us online, that it is voting time, it's election time, so please vote, no matter what your choice is. It's important. Democracy, it's a privilege and also an obligation for all of us to research what we can and then go and make our choices. So please do vote. And the mayor talked about the town hall, and hopefully we'll see many faces from the around the community on April 24th at the Monterey Center. So, Councillor Green.
I was remiss earlier. I want to thank admin staff for all their help during the time I was away. They helped me with Zoom meetings and they sent emails and kept me in the loop, and also to Councillor Smart for covering off a couple of meetings for me, and to everyone else and to my colleagues for keeping in touch. I really appreciated it, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. So now we come to, I think, what everybody is here tonight for, the public comment and question period. Many of the people that are in the audience tonight, I'm sure, just waiting for this opportunity to get up and speak also. So I will invite members of the community who would like to speak to come up to the desk that is there, the speaker's podium. You can't see that. I can see it because I can read it. But to the speaker's podium, and we have 3 minutes allocated for each speaker. And so if there is a speaker that would like to come up and start this off, please step forward. Thank you. Welcome, and if you could, yes, just you press the button, and if you would state your name, municipality of residence, and just a brief introduction to the topic that you would like to speak to.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Ewing, and I live in Oak Bay. And the reason that I'm here tonight is that I see we have some active transportation items on the agenda. Unfortunately, I can't stay for the meeting. However, I did want to offer some comments about the process over the years that Oak Bay has begun on active transportation. In 2011, after much consultation, work, effort by staff, money spent, the municipality developed and approved an active transportation plan that included some of the streets we're going to be talking about here tonight. That plan was never implemented. Then in 2016, as part of the Active Transportation Advisory Committee, there was a complete streets policy developed and unanimously approved by council, which also included Haltane as a quick win and low-hanging fruit project that could be easily completed. 2016, that plan was never activated by the municipality. Then, about 3 years ago, the municipality once again went on a process to refresh the 2011 Active Transportation Plan, and that also included a lot of effort, consultation with community members, was ultimately passed by council. And now I see today we have another consultation process underway for a project that has been approved over 14 years after much consultation. And I'm concerned about the lack of actualization of plans that are constantly being approved by the municipality. And while they're not approved, there's real safety issues for people in our community, for your children, for your grandchildren, for my grandchildren, and even for elderly people like myself. So I just want to leave you with the words, please expedite this process, and please start thinking about putting people before cars. The safety of people always supersedes cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ewan. Is there another speaker that would like to come forward? No, if you would like to come forward and speak. Same process, just, well, I can see that the microphone is on. State your name, municipality.
My
and a
name's
brief
Trent
introduction.
Canal, Oak Bay, 1724 St. Anne. I've never been here before, very interesting. Never felt like I had to be here until my neighbors told me what was proposed for our street. I'm not sure encouraging more, riding a bicycle is inherently dangerous. 70 to 80 times, driving a car 100 times more than riding a bus. My niece was killed riding a bicycle. It's neither here nor there. Ruined the family, obviously. I can't see the advantage of putting in this bike lane that would encourage more of this. To ride a bike, I see a young woman riding with her kids in this bicycle, and I think how inherently dangerous it is, bordering on neglect. We have an automobile, 120 years of engineering, very safe. You could argue it's clean air, this and that, that's fine. There's electric cars and such, but we have laws that you have to buckle your child in the backseat of a 4,000-pound vehicle to make them safe, but yet you can take your baby, put them on the front of this spindly bicycle, and motor downtown. And if something happens to that child, would that person be charged with neglect? I don't see, I understand it's bicycles are, hey, I'd ride a bicycle as well, no shame on riding a bicycle. I know what the inherent risks are. I wouldn't allow my children to ride it as a commute and encourage more children to do this very dangerous activity, I think is foolhardy, and to join in and to celebrate this as if this is the future. I'm not sure. I think it's, I don't think we should join in and say that this is the way to go, is more bike lanes. It's, you know, we all know everyone who's ridden a bike, they've had experiences where, you know, perhaps hit a car, wiped out themselves. It's inherently dangerous, and it was a small step above riding a horse, but then cars came along and they're light years ahead of, you know, riding a bicycle. I like my bicycle too, but to turn the city inside out to put these bike lanes like we see downtown Victoria, it's the epitome of wrong-headedness, in my opinion. But
Thank you very much. I should also add, for anyone in the room who has not read the agenda, there is, just a little bit later on the agenda, there is a piece on public engagement around the cycling lanes. And so if anybody would like to stay for that, public participation is allowed for that portion of the meeting also. So thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak now? Ms. Burnett?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't envy you tonight. You have two very important documents in front of you to make some decisions on. And if I still had a bottle of scotch at home, I'd invite you over afterwards, because I'm sure it's going to be difficult discussion. We live in a very different time now. We have Bill 44, economic uncertainty, threats to our nation, and our new directions as a result of that. Housing has always been a very contentious issue in Oak Bay because, as most of you probably know, we are one of the most densely populated jurisdictions in the core of the CRD. With housing, will there ever be enough? And you, Victoria and Saanich, have gone to great ends to create more housing, but it's still not dealing with the real needs and housing, which is the housing challenged and the homelessness. What we're seeing is unfettered greed by developers building properties that cannot be afforded by the salaries and the people that live here in our jurisdiction. So I caution you on our going forward that we don't become so zealous that we destroy what we have here. What do I love about Oak Bay? First and foremost, we have our own police and fire services. In my 45 years as a citizen, there's been many times when I have needed a hand, and the police and the fire department have been there. I believe that our services, our staff, are like family to us. They're very important to us as we are to them. And I've always had a healthy and respectful relationship with them. We need to protect our parks, our beaches, and our precious canopy. They are the true gems of our neighborhoods. For future uncertainties with climate changes, and what have we learned from COVID, everything we know can change overnight. No we have to say no to overreach by where projects are not the solution. Oak Bay's modest approach, historically, always supported neighbors and family supports, schools, safety, recreation, safety of our children and families, and investing modestly in parks and infrastructure. I believe strongly in the statement of 4 and no more. Currently, we have several subdivisions going up in the Upper Henderson region, all of them involving corner lots. And I have to say hands off to those developers who are playing within the sandbox. Is that me?
That is you, Ms. Burnett. So perhaps if you could just wrap it up.
Yeah. So what I would like to see in our community plan tonight about housing is the need to work in relationship with good developers and designs that fit. We will never have an affordable home in Oak Bay unless the government is prepared to pay for it. And I'll leave my transportation comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Another speaker would like to come forward? Thank you.
Hi. My name is Sindra Townley, and I'm in South Oak Bay. I will be brief. Many have come forth over these last few months, including me, over developments we are concerned about, and Bill 44. And I've listened to many meetings, gone to many meetings, tried many things, appealed. Many people have appealed, set up websites, talked to counselors ad nauseum. There, sorry. Shall I repeat? You're okay? Anyways, we've talked ad nauseum about the proposed developments we're all shocked by. And we've been here, and you councillors have had to listen to us over and over again. And it doesn't look like it's going to end as more and more pop up. I haven't heard council blatantly say, I meant this, that I would say we can do nothing. It is Bill 44. I haven't heard that. I've heard ways around it, and people talk about it, and it hasn't been said that council is powerless. And I guess I want to know, I know that Councillor Smart said she was on a heritage commission and a design thing. What good does that do when none of that is useful when it's override? What good is the OCP if it's going to be overridden? And that's why we're here tonight, for the OCP, which will it be overridden? So why are we doing this? And what role does council have in any of this? And I'm not blaming, it's just you're powerless. And it hasn't been told to the public that you're powerless. Hands are tied. So it's a lot of waste of people's time when they should be going to the provincial government and not the municipal government, who's had their powers stripped. So we can all sit here and talk and complain and beg and plead and hope and have these meetings and put up these websites and talk to our neighbors, but it's not doing any good. These things are going up. Heritage Commission be damned, OCP be damned, design be damned. It doesn't matter. It's wasted time. I think the only way this can be changed will be at the next election for Bill 44. In the meantime, damage will be done. So to me, I feel for council, but I don't think it helps to not come out and say, we can't do anything here. You're wasting your time talking to us about these things. I guess what my view is, what are the council's abilities? What are they left with to even handle these things? And I don't think much from what I've heard. So I just want to say thank you, but I do think it needs to be put forward very clearly to the District of Oak Bay that there's nothing to be done except vote differently next election. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I just would like to clarify a little bit. There are certain restrictions now put on what council can make decisions about with respect to housing. We're going to have a bit of a presentation by our consultants just following this, and there will be an opportunity for more discussion at that time. and the council has spent quite a few months now working with staff, trying to, in fact, shape what we could of a housing plan for Oak Bay. Heritage can still be respected and is respected within this community. And yes, I agree that sometimes some of the conversation is directed to council, and it does have to go to a different level of government. But it doesn't mean that we don't all have a voice in still shaping our community, and we, within the limitations of what we're presented, we can. And I just would like to also remind everybody present that as a community, when this council was elected, that members of the community supported infill housing. And a lot of the infill housing plan that we were working with on the community will fit nicely into this model. And so I don't want it to sound completely hopeless that we don't have any voice. We can always shape the future, and that's what we continue to work with. And I know that everybody around the council table here is very committed to working with staff and trying to retain a lot of the very good qualities of the community, but moving forward in the future in a way that allows us to actually be successful with some of the infill housing that all members of council supported. So just my comments on that. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward? We're just about... Yes. Oh, yeah. I see there is someone online with your hand raised. Did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. My name is Jenny. My husband is Carl. We wanted to just make a brief comment regarding the transportation. We are very much in support of the letter that has been provided by the St. Anne and Monterey Street group. We're very concerned about the plans to remove street parking and have bike lanes. And so that will be addressed later by the representative of that group who is present. But what we wanted to specifically speak to is that we're aware that some may feel that cycling is an option for older residents, for seniors, and we just want to say very clearly that may be appropriate for some, but should not be understood as an option generally for older residents. It certainly is not an option for myself or my husband, and I think it would be a terrible misunderstanding to think that seniors as a group feel that cycling is an option for transportation, and we just want to speak very clearly about that. And that was our main issue that we wanted to speak up on. But again, we're very much in support of the concerns that are being raised by the St. Anne and Monterey group, and you'll hear from them later.
Thank you for those comments and for joining us online tonight. Is there, I see a couple more hands. First there, and there we go. Thank you. Just come forward. I think the routine is set already. Just press the button in the center and your name, municipality of residence, and a brief intro to the topic.
Absolutely. Rob Jennings from Jennings Floors in the Estevan Village shopping area, which is at Estevan and Musgrave. And basically, I thought it would be remiss if somebody didn't represent that little business community and speak to concerns with the bike lane, not because we're anti-bikers, but that particular five-way intersection is extremely hazardous. And having had a business on that corner for over 22 years now, I wish I had a little clicker. I would give you numbers in the tens of thousands, near misses every single day, and I have seen bikes hit in that intersection. I had a conversation with a customer the other day about the bike lanes, and during that very short conversation, we saw 4 cars run the stop sign and 2 bikes run the stop sign. So it's a very unusually created intersection that people don't seem to understand, and the businesses are concerned that it is dangerous, and we're now drawing more bike traffic into this very dangerous little intersection. Again, not that we're anti-bike, it's just that intersection has proved itself to be extremely dangerous. The other thing, that's my transpo, the building situation is that village, most of the buildings have housing as apartments above them. And in that village, I believe there are 7 buildings, and the majority of those buildings are owned by 2 billionaires, maybe they're more than billionaires, and I'm sure their sights are set on tearing down the quaint, cute little buildings in that village and putting up as dense as they possibly can. So again, the merchants in that village are sort of wiping their brow and wondering what the future of the quaint little Estevan village is if we lose parking, gain a bike lane, lose our quaint buildings just to fill in with more and more housing. So those are the concerns that they wanted to have brought forward tonight, just so council is aware that those things are looming. And even last month, another building was bought by someone who owns multiple buildings on the street. And what could your plan possibly be when you buy an aging 1-story building in a little shopping area like that? Clearly, it's to go as big and as bold as you can. And if we lose parking, where are those people going to park? So those were the things that were important to the businesses in Estevan to be brought forward tonight. And I hope that council will keep those things in mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to come forward.
Good evening, Council and District staff. My name is Brent Merchant. I live at 1744 St. Anne Street here in Oak Bay. And I just wanted to follow the Worship's Mayor Murdoch's, part of his introduction where he did a plug. And I just wanted to say that the Oak Bay Lawn Bowling Club is having an open house this Saturday from 10 to 12. But that isn't why I'm here. I wanted to talk about the transportation and the bike lanes on our streets here, Monterey and St. Anne. I've owned my house since 1983, and you're probably thinking I bought it when I was 5 years old, but I was older when I bought it. I have actually paid attention to the traffic that goes by my house, and I have for years, not because of bike lanes. And I know there is not a huge number of bikes going by the house at any time of the day. There's a few, and there are mothers typically with their kids and the big ones, smaller kids that aren't going to school. But at the other side, you've received all sorts of letters from our group about why you shouldn't put bike lanes there. But I'll just address one aspect of it. If you look at Monterey, if the councillors go down there on any given day, it's full of cars parked. And why are they parked there? They aren't all parked there because people live there. They're parked there because they work or else they shop in our district right here. And by putting bike lanes there, you eliminate so much parking for the businesses downtown. And the businesses downtown provide a rather large tax input to our budget, which is always short of money. And if that's how you want to do, is to deny those businesses their customers and watch businesses die, then that's a real big mistake, because the bike lane you're proposing, it doesn't make any sense financially. There's all sorts of other reasons why it doesn't make sense. But I think when it hits you in the pocketbook, it makes more sense when you're trying to build underground services you don't have the money for. And all those kind of things. And cars are not going to go away. I know there's people on the council that thinks everybody should have a bike and everybody should go. Well, my wife has 2 bikes. She's got an electric bike and she's got a pedal bike. I got a pedal bike. And I used to go down to the Sussex building when I worked, and I didn't do it in the rain. I waited for nice days when I'd pedal. But it just doesn't make sense. And I wish the fanatics, because when people believe so hard about bike lanes, they become fanatical about it. And I wish they would come to my street and sit there for a while and watch. And nobody on council's ever knocked on my door and said, what do you think? And I wish they did. And I'm probably close out of town, so I'll leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and best wishes with the lawn bowling. Come forward. And I think this about wraps it up for, this is about the last one that we have time for. We have an allocation of time within this meeting for that. So this is, by my timer, this is the last one.
My name is Michelle Drolet. I also live on St. Anne Street, and I'd also like to give a plug for his lawn bowling club. It sounds great. I am someone that supports active transportation, and I also support just a more inclusive and accessible approach to transportation. I do worry, though, that we don't have unlimited budgets. We are not, unconstrained financially. And I think that we just need to take a measured response. Obviously, I'm more familiar with the St. Anne corridor specifically. And when it comes to that corridor, some things spring to mind. For one, to the best of my knowledge, we have never had an incident, never. And so I'm not dismissing the people who don't feel safe or feel that there is a psychological impact and that maybe protected bike lanes would make them feel more safe. But the concern that I have is if the incident rate is currently 0, what we're talking about is trying to get them to be more comfortable psychologically. And what I would ask is, how much do we need to pay for that? And I think we should do something. We should make people feel more safe. But the cost of this is significant. And I think the total cost is being somewhat overlooked because we're looking at grants, and we're looking at the cost just to put it in. But we're not factoring in things like property values. We had a realtor that we consulted with who sells the most homes in Oak Bay and asked, what would be the impact of our homes, our 100 homes on this corridor? And they said, you would have to drop the price of your home by at least $100,000. So you multiply that by 100 homes, that's $10 million in property value lost. And so the point that I would make is to say, look, it's a 3-block stretch. Everyone that's coming onto that stretch is coming from somewhere where, in all likelihood, there is no protected bike lanes. And when they get off that stretch onto Boker, there's no protected bike lanes. So they have to get comfortable just to get to that 3-block stretch with no protected bike lanes. And then they're protected for 3 blocks against an incident rate of 0 for $10 million in lost property value, plus the cost of putting that in. So I'm not advocating against the broader plan, but I would ask the council to reconsider the plan for that specific corridor and to do a fit-for-purpose cost-benefit analysis to see if the data justifies proceeding.
Thank you very much. And that pretty much, I know we have one speaker online still, but that really, no, we're just past our time limit now, though, for speakers, and so perhaps you'll find a way to get your comments in as part of the meeting unfolds and we get to the cycling lanes later. So with that, we are going to move on to the next item on the agenda. I should add that this is subject to public input, and it's item 6.1, and this is the report on the official community plan update that the land use scenarios and draft policy directions will be introduced by Director Buell.
Thank you, Chair. And while the presentation is starting up, myself, Mr. Green here, would like to say a few things as introduction to this item. The official community plan update project is part of the district's wider housing action program, and this program responds to the housing crisis and to provincial requirements. And for this official community plan update, the leading goal is to accommodate 20 years of housing needs as required by the province. For the district, that means updating land use designations in ways that achieve a goal of delivering 3,761 new housing units over the next 20 years, based on a prescribed methodology to determine these numbers. And these housing units would provide much needed housing options for our community, but also require a significant change and increase in development activity over the coming years. Through this project, the official community plan update, we will have a chance to decide how that plays out and how the district wishes to grow. I'll hand it over to Mr. Green now to introduce our presenters and the goal of today's presentation.
Thank you, Director Bull.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Council. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to present to Council the draft land use scenarios and policy directions that have been developed by our consultant and the sub-consultants, Modus Planning and Design and Engagement, along with input from key internal staff from various departments within the district. The draft land use scenarios and policy directions following Council review this evening will be presented to the community at the end of May for community input, and which will we then use to help us develop a draft plan for engagement later in the fall. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome and introduce Rob Bars, Principal Consultant with Modus Planning and Design Engagement, and True Taylor, who is the project lead for this project, also with Modus, to walk Council through where we're up to with this project and to present the draft land use scenarios and policy directions for Council's comment and review.
Thank you, Mr. Green, and welcome Mr. Barr and Ms. Taylor, and I don't know who's going to lead off, but I will certainly open the floor to you.
Great. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time today. As Brian said, my name is True Taylor, and I'm a planner with Modus Planning Design Engagement. I'm here with my colleague and principal of Modus, Rob Bars, and we have been leading the consultant team to support the district in updating the OCP. We also want to acknowledge our partners, Liquor Geospatial and Mulholland Parker, who are not presenting with us today, but who have been instrumental in the work so far. So I'll give an overview of what we hope to cover tonight. We'd like to give you a brief overview of where we are in the process of updating the OCP and the key activities that have informed the land use scenarios that we'll be presenting. Then Rob will walk you through those 3 land use scenarios that we've developed. And these are really intended to support conversations with the community and interest holders, really to highlight points of comparison as we consider different configurations of growth in the district. And we also want to share some of the financial and greenhouse gas analysis that has helped to start evaluate the implications of each potential scenario. We'll close with a summary of next steps and the public engagement activities that we have planned for May. And of course, we're happy to answer any questions afterwards. I'll also note that the draft policy directions that were shared as part of the staff report, we won't be presenting those tonight, but we are hoping to engage on them along with the draft land use scenarios. Next slide, please. So as you know, the official community plan is the district's guiding document for long-term planning and growth in the community. It includes objectives and policies that guide land use management decisions long-term. So this update is meant to guide those land use decisions over the next 20 years. And the need for this update is largely spurred by the new provincial housing legislation passed in 2023 that requires all municipalities to update their OCP to accommodate the projected housing growth determined by the housing needs report, which the district has completed. So in Oak Bay's case, this means that the OCP will need to accommodate 3,761 new units over the next 20 years. We're also supporting with updates to Oak Bay's zoning bylaw, and this process is happening simultaneously so that any changes to the land uses and policies in the OCP will also be reflected in the zoning bylaw. It's important to note that this is a focused or targeted update of the OCP and zoning bylaw. So it's not a complete overhaul of the plan, but a focus on several key work areas. This includes updates to the land use plan and housing policy to meet the Bill 44 requirements for small scale multi-unit housing, aligning the OCP with recent district plans and strategies, such as incorporating new demographic information that's highlighted in the draft community profile, applying a climate lens to the OCP policy, and updating the implementation framework, including development permit areas. So looking at where we've been and where we're going, we are currently at the end of phase 2, having completed a background review and baseline analysis. We've developed draft land use scenarios and policy directions that we plan to take out to public engagement. And although we have planned certain opportunities and touch points for engagement, throughout the entire process, we're inviting community members, interest groups, local First Nations, and neighboring municipalities to learn about and provide input on the updates to the OCP and zoning bylaw. And after this first round of engagement, we'll then share the public engagement results and key recommendations back out to the community and with council, which will likely be in June or July. And based on those results, the team will prepare a recommended land use strategy and accompanying OCP policies over the summer for council consideration in September 2025. And after council endorsement, we would facilitate another round of engagement to share the draft official community plan and zoning bylaw, which we anticipate would be in late September. To meet the provincial legislation requirements, the update is planned to be totally completed by the end of this calendar year. So Rob will go over much of this in the next few slides, but I want to give you a general overview of the key activities that we've completed so far as part of the beginning phases of this update. We've reviewed existing plans and strategies, completing a background review to understand Oak Bay's current context. We reviewed and analyzed the current OCP and zoning bylaw against project goals to understand where new policy may be needed and where there are gaps. We've developed land use scenarios to understand where the 20-year housing needs could be accommodated within the district. And we've started to evaluate those land use scenarios to understand the implications of each for topics like housing affordability, access to transportation, access to amenities, infrastructure impacts, and greenhouse gas reduction. And this also includes a financial analysis to test what types of development are financially viable and realistic in the district. Mulholland Parker has been doing a lot of that work, and a more detailed report will come later, but we can speak to the initial findings at a high level today. So with that, I'll hand it over to Rob to walk us through our scenario planning.
Great, thanks, True. And good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to present the growth scenarios tonight. So as Director Bowl and True have mentioned, the Bill 44 requires the district to accommodate 3,671 housing units. And so this presentation is really about different ways, different locations for where that growth can go. Let's go to the next slide. So we've chosen, previous slide, please. We've chosen to use this approach of land use scenario planning, which really explores different ways that communities can grow and change in response to population growth and the demand for housing. And as we explore these scenarios, we also consider other important factors, such as the implications for climate change and livability, the impacts on infrastructure and transportation, the environment, and the local economy. And the idea is to, based on this review and the evaluation of the different scenarios, which will include public and stakeholder engagement, to give decision makers better and more informed choices about the community's future. Next one, please. So all of the scenarios we present tonight accommodate the projected 20-year growth estimate of 3,761 units. And in fact, they make a bit more room than that to make sure that there is adequate room for that growth. The scenarios also consider the lands at UVic, Cedar Hill Corners, and also the land at Camosun College. And both of these institutions have indicated that they're interested in providing future housing in the future housing. The scenarios all accommodate a range of different housing types and viable forms of development. One of the key things we've tried to do is make them distinct from one another, so that we can clearly understand the implications and trade-offs and make comparisons between the scenarios. Each one of them has been evaluated at a high level based on the district's strategic priorities. And each one represents a different approach of a different type of planning practice or a different planning approach. Each of them considers how to sensitively integrate new development within the community. And we've also considered alignment with the regional growth strategy as well. Next slide, please. So as a high-level overview, on the left, we're just indicating that we kind of started with the existing land use, which is in the 2014 OCP, and we looked at the potential within that existing land use pattern. And then we looked at three different scenarios. So scenario A is transit-oriented growth, so really focusing higher density development along the transit corridor, the frequent transit corridor along Foul Bay Road and Oak Bay Avenue. Scenario B is an approach which we've called distributed growth. So this is essentially increasing the allowed density across most of the community to allow slightly higher density on what are currently zoned, the R zones, which allow small-scale multi-unit housing. And then scenario C is what we're calling concentrated village growth, so allowing higher density development focused around the existing commercial areas. Next slide. So this is a simplified version of the existing land use pattern in Oak Bay based on the 2014 OCP. And the lighter, the yellow color is what is now classified as small-scale multi-unit housing designation. So it allows essentially up to 4 units on each of the lots within Oak Bay. And that represents the change that was made last year in June as a result of Bill 44. The red areas are areas that are designated for multi-unit residential development, typically between about 3 and 8 stories. And the pink areas are mixed-use commercial areas. Next slide, please. So here is scenario A, which again is called transit-oriented growth because it focuses new development, a new higher density development along the frequent transit corridor along Foul Bay Road and Oak Bay Avenue. What you're seeing here, the light colored yellowy peachy color is the existing small-scale multi-unit housing designation. The mixed use and multifamily areas that I mentioned in the previous slide are in the red and the darker pink. And then we've introduced these new permitted uses of townhomes in parts of uplands and along Route 11, the bus Route 11. And then higher density apartment uses along the frequent transit corridor along Foul Bay Avenue and Oak Bay Avenue. Also in this scenario, you'll see that there is permitted use on Camosun College and the Cedar Hill lands, the UVic lands of apartment and townhouses. And that's a fairly low to medium density mix of uses on the UVic and Camosun College lands in this scenario. Okay, let's go to the next one. So scenario B is what we're calling distributed growth. So essentially all the lands that are in this orangey color, the allowed density has been increased across all of the community slightly to allow for more viable forms of small-scale multi-unit housing, and also the potential for townhomes across these lands. So essentially, this is distributing the growth across the majority of the community rather than concentrating it in a certain area. The existing multifamily areas in red and mixed-use areas in pink are also shown. And then for this scenario, for UVic and Camosun College lands, there is the potential for a medium density mix of townhouses and apartments. So a bit higher density than the previous scenario that I showed before. Let's go to the next one, please. And finally, scenario C, we're calling concentrated village growth, because in this scenario, the higher density apartment uses would be really focused around the existing commercial areas, especially around Oak Bay Avenue and around Estevan as well. So you can see in brown, these areas of higher density apartment uses up to 6 stories in this case, in and around the existing commercial village areas. In this case, for UVic and Camosun College sites, we're also proposing a higher density form of development in the form of apartments 4 to 6 stories. So those are the 3 scenarios. Let's go to the next slide, please. What we've done is evaluate these at a high level. There has been some GIS analysis, and then some of this is based on planning department and our own experience. So we've looked at how these scenarios differ in terms of housing choice, access to transportation, especially transit, the implications for infrastructure, the implications for complete communities, essentially meaning access to amenities, the implications for trees and tree preservation, implications for hazards such as sea level rise and flooding and tsunamis, and then finally the implications for community design. So we've given each one a score, essentially between 1 and 3, with the higher number of stars indicating a better score or a better impact. So for housing choice, scenario A does increase housing choice quite considerably because it adds significant density along that transit corridor. And of course, you've also got the small-scale multi-unit housing areas, which are also offering additional housing choice at the same time. Similarly, for scenario C, there is this additional higher density apartment type of uses, as well as the small-scale multi-unit housing. Scenario B isn't quite as good in terms of offering housing choice because it doesn't offer as much increased density for apartment type living, but it does offer the small-scale multi-unit housing and potential for townhouses as well. When we look at transportation, scenario A, of course, because it focuses density along the transit corridors, it really does score well there because a lot of new units are close to transit, which hopefully means that more people will take transit. For the other 2 scenarios, not quite as much, but still scoring well in the sense that a lot of that potential new development is quite close to transit. In terms of infrastructure, for scenario A, the implications for infrastructure are that it may strain infrastructure along the Foul Bay corridor and especially in the north part of the community where there isn't a lot of capacity for new growth. The distributed growth scenario B, means a lot of uncertainty for infrastructure planning because for that scenario, growth potentially could go in many different locations within the community, and it's hard to predict what the impact will be, and so hard to plan for infrastructure in that case. Scenario C scores quite well in this regard because it focuses growth around known areas of infrastructure capacity. For complete communities, we considered how close are the potential new units to amenities like shopping areas, to parks, and to other amenities within the community. And so scenario C in this case scores really well because a lot of the growth is focused around those shopping areas where there are both retail and also other amenities and uses within those village areas. Tree preservation's hard to predict, but of course, as you see development, you do see impact on existing trees, both on the lots themselves, but also on the streetscape. It's likely that for scenario A, that you would see impact on existing trees along that corridor. Similarly, for scenario C, in the village areas, you're going to see impact on the existing trees within those village areas. Scenario B, likely to see quite a bit of impact, but spread over a much broader area. All three scenarios score pretty well for hazards because most of the development is outside of the potential hazard areas. Scenario B scoring slightly less well because there could be some development in areas that are more prone to flooding. And then finally, on community design, the scenario A scoring reasonably well in the sense that a lot of the development is focused along a single corridor, so much of the community will not see as much impact. Scenario B scoring well because it allows kind of sensitive integration throughout the whole community. You will see impacts on the streetscape, of course, but they'll be less intense in nature and spread throughout the whole community. Okay, let's go to so that's an overview of the scenarios and their potential implications under various different themes. We also have spent some time with our sub-consultants looking at the financial viability of different forms of development and also the impact on greenhouse gases. And so just wanted to touch on those two topics. So looking first at greenhouse gases, and the point of this work was to understand the impact of the land use scenarios on greenhouse gases. And this is really in advance of updating the OCP, but also updating the district's climate action plan as well, which will be worked on over the next year or so. So this is some preliminary work that we've done, taking advantage of the fact that we're already doing this work, already doing the mapping work, and can do some preliminary analysis. This pie chart shows the mix of greenhouse gas emissions by various sector in Oak Bay. So as you can see, the big contributors to greenhouse gas emissions in Oak Bay are on-road transportation, so vehicles essentially, and residential buildings. So those are the two that we've taken a closer look at. Next slide, please. So first, looking at reduction in driving and transportation related greenhouse gases. So where we started with this was in the vehicle ownership patterns within Oak Bay. So there are essentially three different factors that can really influence transportation related greenhouse gases. One is vehicle ownership. The second is the efficiency of those vehicles and whether they're electric vehicles or fossil fuel-based vehicles. And then the third is the amount that those vehicles are driven, which is influenced by land use to a certain extent. So looking at the vehicles, as you might imagine, apartment owners tend to own less vehicles per unit than single-family dwellings. Largely lower number of people living in apartments, and so apartments on average 0.77 vehicles per apartment unit. Ground-oriented essentially means a kind of townhouse unit or a ground-oriented apartment. So 1.19 vehicles per unit. Single-family dwellings 1.8. Single-family dwellings with suites 1.04. So that means for the single-family dwelling plus the suite, there's 2.08 vehicles. And then mixed use, small-scale multi-unit housing as well. So those are the kind of observed number of vehicles per unit. So those can be used to estimate the size of the future stock of vehicles as land use patterns change in the future. And then looking at estimates for the size of the vehicle stock, and also what percentage of those vehicles are electric and what percentage are fossil fuels. So as you know, there's a electric vehicle mandate from the province, and we are seeing gradual impact of that, the Zero Emission Vehicle Act. And so it's anticipated that by 2045, in about 20 years, that much of the vehicle stock will be electric vehicles, and showing the estimates there for each of the scenarios. What you'll note is there's not a lot of change between the scenarios. As you can imagine, the land use patterns aren't really changing the vehicle mix that much. So key takeaways. So scenario C has the most apartments, so likely yields a slightly lower number of vehicles over the 20 years. The province's Zero Emission Vehicle Act results in a future stock comprised mostly of electric vehicles. And 3, there will be a substantial increase in the need for vehicle charging that Oak Bay can help to support. Next one, please. We also looked at how land use is likely to impact vehicle-related emissions. And despite some initial hope that land use would have a larger impact, it's actually quite a small impact. So the scenarios don't differ a lot in terms of the total kilometers driven by 2045. So you can see in that chart there that there's minor differences between the scenarios, but only minor differences. Total driving, of course, does increase because we're seeing an increased population. And so really what this says is that the electric vehicle mandate is going to have a much bigger impact than land use change on the emissions coming from the transportation sector. So we will see emissions decrease substantially from the transportation sector over time, but largely driven by that adoption of zero emission vehicles and not so much by land use. Next slide, please. So in summary, at this point, I think we can say that the impact of land use scenarios on greenhouse gases is pretty marginal relative to other provincial and potential municipal policies. Significantly reducing emissions in the building sector is going to require retrofitting of existing buildings, and EV charging will be requirement will be substantial, and will need the support of the district to achieve that. And then finally, we did some work looking at embodied carbon in buildings. So this is essentially the carbon embodied in the materials that are used in buildings. And it turns out that these are quite substantial, but can be improved using material substitutions. So when we look at embodied carbon, it's quite high compared with the operational carbon emissions from the life of a building. So that's something to consider as well. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, we also have done some financial analysis, and the point of this work was really to test out the different forms of housing, different forms of development that could be seen in Oak Bay. We wanted to make sure that what we were proposing in terms of the scenarios was realistic and that the forms were relatively viable. So a number of test sites were selected throughout Oak Bay, and financial models were created that tested each of those sites and looked at various forms of development on those sites. And this helped us determine appropriate densities and forms of residential and mixed-use development. There's also a potential in the future to test feasibility for inclusionary zoning as well. So one of the things that the province did, along with Bill 44, was introduce a Bill 16, which allows municipalities to require inclusionary zoning, essentially non-market housing into its zoning bylaws, therefore potentially requiring a certain number of units that are more affordable. Obviously, that needs to be financially feasible, and that's one of the goals of this work, is to test what kind of room there is to include inclusionary housing in the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So key findings of this work: most of the forms of the development that we tested do work. So we looked at townhouses, we looked at small-scale multi-unit housing, we looked at 4- and 6-story apartment forms, and also mixed-use forms as well, where a mix of residential and commercial together. So most of those forms of development did work on most of the sites that we looked at. Parking, as you can imagine, can be a significant driver of feasibility, especially when it's underground or structured parking. So each of those stalls underground or in a concrete parking garage costs $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. So that significantly impacts the feasibility of a development. We looked at a range of townhouse densities, ranging between 0.8 to 1.2 FSR, and the higher density townhouses definitely work in most cases. And there's an ability, I think, to adjust those densities depending on where you are in Oak Bay. So if you're on kind of the smaller R5 sites, a slightly higher density is probably appropriate. There's also a range of property values within Oak Bay, and property values tend to range, and this is just land values essentially, from 4.5 million per acre to over $8 million per acre. So when those land values are higher, they do require additional consideration in terms of the potential use, design, density, and pricing to make them work. Okay, let's go to the next one, please. Another finding is that there are a few larger sites in Oak Bay, and these sites tend to have a higher financial risk due to the costs associated with a longer timeline for the project. So just because a site is larger doesn't necessarily mean it's more viable, because there are the risks involved, the holding costs of developing a larger project. It's felt by the analysts that concrete and steel buildings that are required for anything taller than 6 stories are typically not viable at this point, and probably not for another 10 years. But it's often the case that one building in a community can signal to other developers that there is that potential. But at the moment, it's felt that anything taller than 6 stories is not really viable. And it is felt that there is some opportunity for inclusionary zoning for both rental housing and below market strata housing as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so that was the analysis. I'll just briefly mention the next steps, and yeah, then we look forward to your questions, comments. Next slide, please. So what we're hoping with committee and council's endorsement is to take this work out to public engagement. We have planned for a series of community workshops, 3 workshops in late May. And these dates are slightly wrong. It's actually Wednesday the 21st, Thursday the 22nd, and Saturday the 24th. So Wednesday, the May 21st in the Windsor Pavilion, 4 hours, 4 to 8 p.m. Thursday, the 22nd in Oak Bay Rec Center, again, 4 to 8 p.m. And then Saturday, the 24th in Monterey Rec Center. So we're trying to provide the opportunity in different parts of the community, for community members to see the same material. And essentially there'll be a series of display boards plus a presentation that community members can attend. And then there'll be conversations at tables with some of the development team and planning staff. So alongside that, there will also be a public survey that will be open for about 3 weeks into early June. So I think that is the end of the presentation for tonight. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to your questions and comments on this material.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And questions? I have Councillor Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And through you to the consultant, thank you very much for a very detailed report and analysis. I've had the benefit of going through 2 OCP reviews, one in another community and one in Oak Bay in 2014. And I know the critical element to the success of an official community plan review is the quality of public engagement that is practiced around this. And so my question is, first of all, on the issue of public engagement, I see that there are only 3 sessions planned for May, and they're all in South Oak Bay. And I was just wondering, was there any thought given to other areas of the municipality, North Henderson, and the Lansdowne Slope? And there are facilities there like church halls and so on that could accommodate workshops. I think it's really important to get out to the various areas in this municipality. Some of them are quite different from one another. And there's also the Uplands, which has its own residents association. So that was one question. Have you thought of expanding the engagement and moving it out of South Oak Bay and spreading it out a little bit? I think that would be very helpful. That's my first question. Shall I continue or should I wait to have that answered? Thank you.
Perhaps we can just turn to district staff first to speak to that.
Through the chair, yeah. So we did try to have a venue at the Henderson Recreation Centre, but there was just no availability of space to book one of the rooms there for the events, and so we were struggling to find availability at the 3 venues that we found in the end, and so it was a case of trying to focus on those existing district recreation centres to host those events. And that's why we came up with those lists. Those are the only dates that we could try and work with to secure a sufficient room, and accessibility as well was a key issue as well. Because I know that some of the churches, there are some accessibility issues or limited space within those churches as well.
Thank you. Councillor Green?
Just to follow up, thank you for that through you. Would there be other opportunities, though, for other dates as well as those in May? I know that it was mentioned in the report, this is a targeted refresh, and it's also under some pressure and timelines. But I think my concern is that there is some tension between the needs of the community for good engagement and the expectations of the province. And it's important. I think we've learned over the last few months, in particular, on a couple of major issues, that people really want to be engaged, and they're coming out in large numbers. Neighborhoods and groups are coming out in large numbers to talk to us and express their concerns about whatever the issue is. So I know that engagement is critical in this process. So that's all. I'm just hoping there might be some other dates possible, and not just isolated to the month of May. And I don't know if you've considered that. Thank you.
Does staff have anything to add?
Maybe in 2 ways. With regards to, if I understand the question correctly, additional engagement. Unfortunately, we don't feel at the time, and for that, that's something we discussed earlier this year when we did scope the engagement strategy for this project. The reason to plan it all in 1 week is also is more for practical reasons, but also had to do with the scheduling and availability. So that's where. That's why these dates ended up the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all for now.
If I could just ask something as a follow-up to that. Were those dates available because it was so close to the May long weekend? And so perhaps there are not as many events, which I think could also perhaps affect the availability of turnout. Do we know?
Through the chair, I don't know. That was just the dates that we're sort of looking at that week of that week of May, and so it was, I had a colleague who was doing ringing around the venues to try and see if they had any space, and even in one of the spaces, we were having to kick out a group that had already planned that space. So space was just limited at the district-owned sites that we're trying to go to.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Okay, I'll go next to Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Chair, to staff. My first question was just with regards to making efforts to get young families out to contribute in the engagement, which is a sector we always try to improve, being able to engage our young families in Oak Bay. And I'm wondering, have staff considered how we might be able to make the event family friendly, because the amount of engagement that parents can have relates entirely to their kids being occupied. So I wondered if things such as providing a activity for children, or even considering childcare or advertising the event as family friendly, if anything like that has been considered, considering there isn't a digital option for parents to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Again, I'll go to district staff for that.
Thank you, Chair. Usually we try to have something small, but I'm also looking at our consultants online. They might have specific ideas or experience about this. If any of you two could weigh in, please.
The consultants in?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question and point, and we always do try to encourage younger families out to these events. One of the ways that I think this works in this case is it's a longer time frame, so it's a 4-hour time frame where essentially folks can drop in at a point of their convenience. So they don't have to be there for the whole thing. You can drop in, you can chat with staff, chat with the consultants, look at materials. So it's not a prescribed kind of agenda in that way. So that's one thing. I think the idea of having some activities for kids is great, and having kids sketch the future of their community, having coloring, those kind of things, having some building blocks is often a popular thing that we do. So I think having those kind of activities would be really good. And I'm sure we can come up with other ideas as well. True, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this. You've done a lot of engagement for youth as well.
Thanks, Rob. And through the chair, I think Rob mentioned some of the activities we usually do bring to these kinds of community events. So I think coloring sheets is great, low barrier, and always fun for children and families. I think we can also work with the district communications department to promote the community workshops, as you're suggested, Councillor, in a family-friendly way, and perhaps mention some of those activities that are more geared to youth and the option there. So point well taken, and we'll absolutely follow through on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Smart, if you'd like to continue.
Oh, thank you. Through Acting Chair to staff, I just wanted to know if we're able to provide at the open house a little bit of context around the borders with the City of Victoria and Saanich and their OCP direction at this stage, so that the community who may not be aware of what's being planned right across the street from what we'll now be envisioning, so that context is available to the public at the event. I just wondered if that is being planned and possible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think I'll first ask the district staff again because they may have more knowledge of the intricacies of that than the consultants do at this point in time.
Through the chair, yeah, I think that's the intent. As part of the storyboards that we'll be showing, is to show some of the immediate context in relation to what our neighbours in Victoria and Saanich have been proposing in the draft plan that the City of Victoria in the 2024 update to the Saanich plan, showing that context in relation to land use designations.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through Acting Chair, I just wanted to say how much I appreciated having very, very distinct options to spark conversation in the community. And in looking at all the different options, I wondered, it wasn't clear to me if one or all of them looked at the sort of walkable city approach in 20 years and identifying smaller urban village centers that may need to grow in 20 years' time, or areas that might not have a corner store or an urban village center. And I just wondered if that had been considered in some or all of the options that will be presented.
I think that would go to our consultants, so Mr. Bars or Ms.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes, through the chair. Yeah, thanks for that question. It's definitely something that's very top of mind for all of these scenarios as we develop them. So kind of essentially access to amenities, or what we call the complete communities approach. Each scenario kind of achieves this in a slightly different way. And so scenario A, transit-oriented scenario, is quite walkable if you're considering walking to transit, but not quite as walkable as scenario C for access to amenities. And so yeah, each one achieves it, I think, in slightly different ways. And what I didn't point out too clearly was where there are opportunities for expanded retail areas as well throughout the community. So one of the things we want to present with each scenario is where retail could grow. So as the population grows, there's likely to be more demand for shopping and retail areas. And so there is that opportunity to grow in different parts of the community. And generally, it would make sense to grow those retail opportunities where the residential population is growing. So it's definitely top of mind. I think each scenario does achieve it reasonably well in different ways, and it depends, what you want walking access to. Is it transit or retail areas or other amenities that folks need to travel to?
For that response, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Chair. My next question is just with regards to the regional growth strategy, and I appreciate this being brought up in the report. Part of the regional growth strategy has a regional target for 2038 to achieve a transportation system that sees 42% of all trips made by walking, cycling, and transit. And I'm wondering, with the tables that we were just walked through with regards to transportation and with the climate lens tables that we were walked through, it wasn't clear to me if it was sort of highlighted which of these options is most suited towards this regional target goal for active transportation. Thank you.
To the consultants.
Yeah, so the first scenario A, is the transit-oriented scenario. A lot of the growth is located along a transit corridor. So if we're talking about access to transit, that scenario scores really, really well and provides very, very good access to frequent transit. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that people are necessarily going to use it, but likely they have more opportunity to use it, and it's much easier for them to use it. If we're talking active transportation, then we're thinking about walking and cycling, and so that's a slightly different measure. Scenario C scores really well for walkable access to amenities, so we would likely see more people walking to amenities in scenario C. And we haven't done the analysis on kind of access to the bicycle routes at this point, but it's another really good point. And when we present to the public, we should have some comments and evaluation on access to cycling routes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Just one more question, then I'll pass on to my colleagues. I just wanted to know, with regards to the finer grain bylaw changes that will come out of this OCP review, things such as EV charging requirements in multifamily buildings, reduced car parking requirements, pre-zoning for retail and office space, zoning that allows for live work, corner stores being allowed throughout single-family residential neighborhoods. There's all these sort of smaller grain items, and I'm wondering how will that be dealt with? How do we capture all those small details that staff are going to have to miraculously, with your help, put together with this such a short engagement session? It just seems like the report was so compelling and it touched on all these different things. And I'm just wondering if you could just expand more through you, Chair, to the consultant or to staff, expand more on how we're going to deal with all of these sort of smaller things to make sure we're able to capture the community engagement on all these little pieces that will end up really being impactful in the end. Thank you.
First to the consultants.
Yeah, thanks. There are a lot of pieces that go into an OCP and a zoning bylaw, and of course this process is looking at both. Focusing first on the bigger picture issue of land use and density at the OCP level, and then as we get into it, looking at zoning changes as well. This first stage of work and the first stage of engagement in May is really focused on kind of the higher level questions, so the land use scenarios and the higher level policy directions. Of course, we're hoping to hear lots of comments and suggestions through that first round of engagement. And then we go away and we draft OCP changes and also start to draft the zoning bylaws. So at that point, we start putting pen to paper in terms of the specifics of policy changes and changes to the zoning. And then we bring those back in September, maybe early October, for a second round of engagement before the documents are finalized. So I think in that second round of engagement, we will be bringing forward quite specific changes to both the OCP and the zoning that the community will be able to further comment on.
Thank you so much. That clears it up for me. Thank you.
Thank you, then. We will move on. Councillor Appleton is next.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to our guests. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just had a question with respect to the, in the presentation, there's a description of vehicles per unit, basically a projection of vehicles expected per unit. I'm just wondering is that a local projection? Is that a CRD projection? Is that an island-based thing? Like, what is that? Or is that British Columbia, sort of more broad scope? Where is that number derived from?
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, thanks through the chair. So there's a couple of things there. So one is understanding currently today what is the vehicle ownership pattern. So that was the first slide I showed, where we know on average how many vehicles are owned by apartment dwellers versus single family dwelling owners versus single family with suites. So we know those numbers from census data and also from the BC assessment data that we have access to. So going forward, we've assumed that those numbers, those ownership numbers per housing type, would stay the same. So that's one thing. So we haven't predicted a change in vehicle ownership for an apartment dweller versus a single family homeowner, as an example. And then the other piece is the zero emission vehicle ownership pattern. So I believe that is based on provincial modeling and anticipated uptake of zero emission vehicles over time. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Chair. So just a brief follow-up. So just to start off with that was using, you mentioned census and BC assessment data, so that is local to CRD.
Yeah, that is local. Those vehicle ownership rates are, I believe, local to Oak Bay, actually, that we understand the vehicle ownership rates currently in Oak Bay.
Perhaps staff have something to add to that? No. Continue, please, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Chair. So just one additional question. I'm interested in the statement and just sort of the graph speaking to emissions reduction, and it's talking about a takeaway that is talking about that emissions reduction is largely driven by the provincial EV sales mandate and not by land use change. And I think that's an interesting statement because I believe that given Oak Bay's proximity to downtown and to a lot of people's places of work, that this does not necessarily take into account mode shift. So it's talking about kilometers driven and how many emissions are produced by essentially automobiles, whether electric or fossil fuel driven. But the design of future housing and the placement thereof in the district will have an effect on the efficacy and the location of active transportation corridors and therefore affect mode shift. So it seems to me that type of mode shift to essentially choosing a non-car option is not contemplated in that total kilometers driven and in the statement that land use is not affecting GHG emissions, because as we see by a graph in the same presentation, on-road transportation is the single largest GHG contributor. So if we talk about mode shift to reduce GHGs, then land use directly affects that. So could we have comment on that?
To the consultants?
Yeah, through the chair. It's a great point. It's something that we had hoped to see a bigger effect. We had hoped to see a bigger effect of land use change on driving behavior, on vehicle kilometers traveled, and therefore on vehicle-based emissions. I think as we did the modeling, the effect was shown to be quite small, unfortunately, and I think part of the reason for that is that Oak Bay itself is quite small, so that's kind of part of the consideration. And a lot of people's driving habits are, they're driving to other communities to go to work or to recreate. So that's kind of part of the habits. And then as we changed land use, as we kind of densify or shift housing types, it doesn't seem to have a huge effect on driving behavior. Now, that's not to say, as you're pointing out, that if there was significant investment in other modes of transportation, then you would see somewhat of a shift in travel behavior. So, if bicycle routes are safer and more convenient, more people likely will bike. If transit is safer and more convenient, more people will take transit. So there could be an effect from mode shift that we're not seeing in those graphs. But it doesn't come from land use alone, is the point I was trying to make.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Chair. So just a quick follow-up to that. So when we talk about the GHG results summary slide that's in the presentation, it talks about land use scenarios on GHGs being marginal relative to other provincial and potential municipal policies. So when we're talking about provincial or municipal policies to develop active transportation infrastructure, as is a strategic goal of the district, that could have effect on mode shift and would have an effect in the way that you described.
Mr. Bars, did you want to comment?
Apologies. Yeah, through the chair. So yes, so that's one of the policies that the municipality could use to affect GHG emissions is investing in active transportation, supporting increased transit at the regional level, of course, but also what I pointed out in terms of the EV charging, providing public charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, but also in some cases requiring electric vehicle charging infrastructure in private developments as well. So those are some of the things that could be done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Murdoch, you're next in the queue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate we're squeezing into time here, so I'll try and be quick in my questions. Just for my clarification, obviously I'll try and focus them on the consultation process, which is of course what we're here to kind of move forward with today. But the there's a lot of weight put on the 3,761 additional units required by the province. And can I just have some explanation as to how much that raw number is versus some of the nuance of affordable housing and so forth required in this plan? Because obviously we've already pre-zoned as required for this small scale multi-unit, which adds by right about 15,000 units into the mix. So just trying to get my head around where that requirement is in here to be driven by that number, or if we've met that number effectively, looking more at the nuance of where we want to see additional housing forms. Through you, Chair.
Bars. Yeah, Mr. Bars.
Yeah, so through the chair, as the council points out, there is significant capacity that was created through the small scale multi-unit housing changes that were made back in June. However, all of that is only potential change, and I think when we look at it, we anticipate that yes, some additional capacity will be created through small scale multi-unit housing, but it won't address kind of the scale of need that's been identified in the housing needs report. It also only provides one type of housing essentially, and so what these scenarios try to do is provide some additional forms of housing and additional capacity. And one of the things we've done as part of the modeling is look at housing viability and look at how likely is it that that lands will redevelop for these additional types of housing. So we've modeled that out for each of the scenarios, and each one creates roughly the same amount of what we're calling realistic capacity. Lots that will likely redevelop over 20 years. And as I mentioned, it is more than the 3,671 units, but not a whole lot more. It's in the kind of 10 to 20% more when you look at what's likely to redevelop. Because when you're looking at beautiful homes that are worth a lot of money in Oak Bay, a lot of those are not likely to redevelop. Partly because they have a lot of financial value, but also they have a lot of tangible value to the owners. So just because people can redevelop doesn't mean they will redevelop. And so that's what we've tried to do, is create realistic capacity within each one of these scenarios.
Thank you. Can you so perhaps you could talk very briefly about the confidence level of that financial analysis. I know in my role here as mayor, I talk to a lot of developers, and the pro forma mix seems to be changing almost on an hourly basis. Yeah. So I'm just curious, we're building an OCP here and bylaws, and on this timeline, we're doing some consultation in May, and then the next touch point will be in October, and concurrently those bylaws are being developed. I'm just trying to get a sense of how much we should be, trying to anticipate all future financial pieces as part of this, or as we're determining it. And I'll just refer to, there's some suggestions here of FSR changes of, say, going from 0.4 to 1.2, so tripling the density on some of those infill lots. I think, I'm just trying to get a sense of is that a realistic need to drive that kind of change, because that's going to be of interest to our community.
And Mr. Bars, did you want to take that?
Yeah, well, it's a great point that any financial analysis at this time is challenged with the variability in the economy and market, and that's always the case to a certain extent. We have a very competent market analyst on the team in Mulholland Parker who do this kind of work throughout British Columbia for many municipalities. As part of that process, they talk to developers, they look at current and future trends in costs, trends in revenues and selling prices. And they develop essentially mini pro formas or mini budgets for each of the test sites that they're having a look at. And so, absolutely, there's a lot of variability right now and a lot of uncertainty. I think they've done the best job they can with current information to assess whether certain forms are viable or not viable. So I think we're pretty confident, kind of at the moment, that that these different forms of housing are viable, but there is a lot of uncertainty going forward. But we're also talking over a long period of time, and so we're going to see ups and downs in the market. So I guess all I can say is it's better to have this information than not have this information. It's not 100% reliable, and changes are going to happen over time. But it does, I think, give us a sense of confidence that we're in the right ballpark with this analysis, and it's useful to kind of support the community process.
I appreciate that. Just really, again, fairly briefly, there's reference in the transit-oriented option here. The term frequent transit was used, and I know that none of our corridors actually qualify under the provincial definition that they're using for some of their housing pieces. And secondarily, the buses that run along those corridors don't run to our commercial centers. They typically run from the university into the downtown core. And I'm just curious, in that vision of transit-oriented development, does that take into account the fact that this kind of transit-oriented development on those corridors wouldn't, in fact, support our own commercial centers? And does that change the matrix of when it's appropriate to be looking at transit-oriented development?
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, through the chair. Firstly, it's true that the transit-oriented corridor along Foul Bay Road does not currently technically meet the definition of frequent transit offered by the province, but I would say it's close. I think it's only missing certain times of day, or maybe it's on a Saturday when it's not reaching that threshold of frequent transit. So it is it's close to a frequent transit corridor. The location and destinations for transit obviously are important, but whether people are traveling specifically to Oak Bay Avenue, or traveling to Estevan, or traveling to areas within Saanich or Victoria, is not critical to this analysis. It is important to the economic success of Oak Bay and Oak Bay's retail areas. But what we're really looking at is how likely is someone to take transit, and how close are these proposed new units to good quality transit, essentially.
Thank you for that answer. I just have two questions related to the presentation materials that were provided in the PowerPoint that was done. And just one was just a request, perhaps. One of those in the density slides, it talks about proposed permitted use. I think I might just suggest that use either potential or possible permitted use, just because I think otherwise we're kind of presupposing what we're proposing. That's in pages 21 to 23 in our package. And the other just a request I have, just wanted to the confirmation we can do this, is just that the visuals in the consultation with the public reflect the densities being discussed. I notice in things here where it talks about high density villages, it talks about 6 to 8 stories, but the picture is a 3-story building with 80 feet of plaza in front of it, which is not a very realistic scenario for us. And it's just maybe just get confirmation that those two things can be dealt with as the consultation progresses.
Mr. Bars, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. A couple of points. One is that we're not proposing 8 or have the potential for 8 stories. In most cases, it's 4 to 6 stories when we talk about high density. There are parts of Oak Bay currently that allow 8 stories, but they're very, very minimal. So typically along the transit corridor or in the village areas, we'd be talking 4 or 6 stories, not 8 stories. But point taken, absolutely, the visuals should represent, you know, the true densities that have been proposed, and we'll continue to work on those vignettes and those images.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And the last section here is just on, was really kind of to the meat of my thoughts on this is the scenarios that are being proposed here, I think are excellent talking points, I think, to kind of help frame the options available to the community as to where we're considering adding new housing forms. I guess what I'd just like to get some clarification of, it seems necessary given that currently we have a significant gap between this consultation and then something significant being brought forward. I guess maybe we should have a touch point in June to kind of get a little bit of what we heard and make sure that the bylaws being developed are on the right path. But secondly, I think it's really important that as we're doing the consultation and the feedback, that we are asking very specific questions of the public about the kind of forms, that the height, the density, the locations, where people see, you know, corner commercial being valuable. Our experience with public consultation in Oak Bay over the years has been, there's an incredible amount of local knowledge. There's people who have lived here for generations. There's people who have moved here from places all over the world and bring that knowledge with them. And I think if we're not getting very, very specific feedback on where people think density should be included, right down almost to the lot level, but certainly on chunks of corridor, I think we're really missing an opportunity. So I guess my question is, will the consultation allow for that granularity so we can get that feedback as part of our decision-making criteria?
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. It's a great point, and you know we have been working in Oak Bay for probably 18 months now, and yeah, absolutely have been through a public consultation process previously, and benefited from that local knowledge. So absolutely, I think it's a really important point. Through those community workshops, we will have that opportunity to really get down to the details. You know, the maps will be there. Folks can both talk to us and mark up those maps with sticky notes and suggestions. The other important point, and I think it was made earlier, is that community members don't just have to choose one scenario A, B, or C. They can talk to us about what aspects of each scenario they like. And so, you know, they might like a certain aspect and not another aspect, and that's fine. And that's what we want to hear. We want to hear that nuance and that detail. It's a bit more difficult to do that level of discussion and detail in a survey, but we can do our best to try and bring out that detailed feedback. And yeah, we'll make the questions as specific as we can, you know, without kind of overwhelming people with complexity. I mean, what we've tried to do with the scenarios is keep them at a relatively high level so that they are easy to distinguish, and you know you can compare and contrast the benefits of each. But yeah, great points, and we'll take that into account.
Yeah, thank you. I think even just providing the opportunity for open-ended comments on different aspects is sufficient, as long as you have a way of consolidating those pieces. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Watson now, and then after that I will be going to the public.
Thank you, Chair. These, I think all these questions are actually for the consultant, so here goes. Just really following up on the discussion we were just having about complexity and detail provided in consultation versus the need to kind of simplify to some extent to be able to engage without too much complexity. But I do have a question about how the scenario implications will be presented effectively, particularly in the public forums. so 1, 2, 3, 4, I think there's 7 different factors that contribute to each scenario. But within those factors, as was kind of becoming evident in the presentation, there are also sub-factors. And I just wondered how you would be able to parse out what those things were. So for example, in housing choice, there are elements of what makes up housing choice. In complete communities, it may be the most complex of those, or community design, to actually pull apart and explain what that really means. And I just wondered what kind of thought or tools you've got to do that in a public forum to make it meaningful.
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So through the chair, we did actually have some slides tonight originally that went into more detail, but in the interest of trying to keep the presentation shorter, we didn't present those. But you're right, there is a lot that goes into evaluating each of those topics for each of the scenarios. And what we would imagine that we would have is firstly some maps. So our GIS consultants can generate maps, for instance, of the proximity to amenities. So we have a map of the different amenities across the community, and we can show how close each of the proposed new areas are to those amenities. So we can create a map of essentially amenity proximity, which is a very good proxy for complete communities. So that's one thing, is generating some maps that can go along with each of these topics to show how each of the scenarios differ. In some cases, we're able to complement that with actual data. So some data tables that can show kind of how many units are within, for instance, are within 200 meters of a transit line. And so we can provide that kind of information as well. So that was what we had imagined, is that there would be, for those who are interested in digging into the details, that we would have that data mapping and further analysis available for each of those topics on a series of display boards.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. I just wanted to follow up a little bit at the very beginning of our council's questions to you. Councillor Smart asked about like nodes and other sort of amenity or retail uses that are assumed to be in these scenarios. And I just wanted to ask about that again so I have a better understanding. It sounded like there has been some factoring into these general layouts, the idea that some of them are more likely to include additional retail or commercial uses or other services that aren't possible, say, in the distributed growth model. Did I understand that correctly? And if so, how would you be representing that?
Mr. Bars?
Yes, through the chair. Again, great question. Earlier, last year, the same GIS consultants that we're working with, like a Geospatial, did a retail analysis for Oak Bay and essentially determined areas where additional retail development could be viable based on a growing population. So we have that information, and then we can kind of cross-reference that with where we're seeing increased residential density in each one of the scenarios. And so I think what we would do, and it was on the maps I showed tonight, but I didn't really draw your attention to it, is show for each of the different scenarios where we think there is additional potential for increased retail capacity or retail floor space. And then we would invite comments from folks about that. So, for scenario C, if we take scenario C, the village-centered growth, we would see probably expanded opportunity for retail areas in Oak Bay Avenue and the Estevan areas, and we would draw people's attention to that and get their comments on whether they think that is supportable from their perspective.
Thank you. I just have one final question. In the background report that provided a lot of the context and data that is driving needs, I was, reminded again how generally small household sizes are. And I wanted to know, this is like kind of down at a fine-grained level, but it's a question about what's happening as the zoning work is being done in tandem with the OCP work. I wanted to know how much we need to understand about the impact of household sizes on building sizes and forms. And sort of in relation to that, if the whole purpose of this exercise is to pre-zone the land for at these different densities, to what extent would that zoning bylaw actually need to address housing types or bedroom counts, for example, in multifamily uses?
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, another great question. Through the chair, one of the things about the province's methodology for housing needs reports is it doesn't go into a lot of detail about household sizes and different housing types. It's a fairly crude measure of the need for housing units generally. And so, that 3,671 units doesn't specify whether they should be apartment units or single family units or duplexes. So that's one thing to note, is that understanding doesn't really exist through the housing needs report. And so household size wasn't really taken into consideration with that estimated number of units. Household size has been changing over years, and generally, household size has been decreasing over time typically. And so, that is something to take into account when thinking about the variety of units. And to a certain extent, that is influencing the demand for different forms of housing. But in some ways, in some ways, there are other factors that are independent of that as well. People's preferences for different types of housing, and the affordability of different types of housing is probably having more of an effect. So while it's something to consider, I wouldn't say it's a big factor in the work that we're doing here and in the zoning. It's what we're really trying to do is provide a variety of housing types and sizes, allowing the market to kind of respond as it needs to fulfill that demand, and also taking into account affordability, of course. So trying to provide greater choice and greater levels of affordability by providing some smaller and more affordable forms.
Great, thank you very much. That's all very thoughtful and helpful responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. And I see Councillor Braithwaite has her hand raised, so I will go quickly to Councillor Braithwaite and then to the public.
Thanks so much, Chair. I just have two very quick questions. Based on the data available today, I think in your report, I just want to double check that you've basically said that there's about a 20% increase in vehicles suggested to take place before 2025. Is that correct? Or sorry, 2045.
Mr. Bars?
Through the chair, I'm just checking our charts there.
Councillor Braithwaite, just wondering, do you have a page number that you could refer to?
Sorry, no. I think it was on one of the charts where it talked about the vehicles were increasing from 12,000 to 15,400.
That is correct. from what I'm seeing here. Again, I would really have to check back with our consultants who are doing that GIS modeling, Liquid Geospatial, just to confirm those numbers. But yeah, currently we are showing 12,000, roughly 12,000 vehicles today, and a future scenario of 15 to 15,500 vehicles in 2045. I think, and this would be based on, because we are seeing a change in unit type, so the transformation in some cases from single detached dwellings to apartment dwellings or townhouses over time that have lower per household rates. That's partly what's driving this. So we're not seeing as big an increase in the number of vehicles as we are seeing an increase in population. So to a certain extent, those are diverging.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite, did you have another question?
Yeah, just a really quick question, and this is probably for our staff, and it was in regards to when we were talking about the infrastructure would be affected by the different options, and it looked like for option C, it's a very little impact, and that would be, I think, the city centers, like based on a large building being put on, say, for example, Oak Bay Avenue or whatever. And I just wanted to check with staff on the infrastructure capacity and whether or not they felt that it would have having a large building like that in an area like, for example, Oak Bay Avenue would have a low impact on our infrastructure capacity, knowing how our infrastructure is currently. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I see that our Director of Engineering and Public Works is with us tonight, and perhaps I will turn that question over to him.
Thank you, Chair. And my understanding of the way that the infrastructure score is landing is that for the village-oriented development, it's that the densification is predictable. It's in more geographically constrained areas, and so it's easier for the district to use policy tools such as development cost charges or amenity contributions from developers or latecomer agreements, for example. There's more tools in the toolbox for addressing the infrastructure needs versus the distributed growth scenario where it's harder to predict where exactly the development will happen and thus where the impacts are.
Think you.
Thank you. That's a very good response. Thank you so much. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I think most of my questions will be answered. I will now go to the public and just ask that you try to keep your questions very focused and brief because we do want to move along. I will go first to the people that are on the screen. And if there's anyone in the audience that wants to come forward and speak to that, maybe they could do that while the speakers that are calling in or on screen will participate. And I see we have Kathleen Matthews, I think, is the first one. So,
thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. This has been really interesting. I would just like to say, in terms of community consultation, I think you need to have kind of an open forum where you're actually presenting this kind of a presentation so everybody can hear it, and we can hear each other, because when you walk around those other things where there's just maps and stuff, I went to all of those and I never really felt heard, and it wasn't an opportunity for the community to kind of hear the kind of presentation that came tonight, which was really important. I want to speak about the village growth model because, of course, I live at Windsor Park, and I'm thinking, I'm glad I won't be alive if that idea ever develops. I would like to know, I'm looking at, as I was listening to you talk about that village-centered model, and especially the Windsor Park area, I was reminded that I had received from Oak Bay in March 2014 a map of the tsunami hazard area. And this area around Windsor Park, all of it is very definitely part of one of the main tsunami hazard areas. So I'm wondering, when you've done your planning and looked at these scenarios, if you're aware of the geology of this area and the risk of tsunami and earthquake to this particular region. Also, if you're aware that the water tables in this level are really high and most people have sump pumps. I'd also like to point out that there are a lot of heritage houses in this part of the neighborhood. It's one of the older neighborhoods. And, you know, if you're anticipating these heritage houses are just going to come down and 6 to 8 story buildings are going to go up, there's a lot of new houses that have been built because it's a wonderful area. The number of oak trees in this area is intense. And if you're talking about this kind of high-rise development like we see on the other side of Newport, where there are no trees, happening all around Windsor Park, it's just horrifying to think of that. And also, there's a lot of traffic already coming into Windsor Park in the evenings, and it's a very busy, well-used park. So if you're going to start building all these high-rises around, we're talking about a completely, you know, I wouldn't want to live here, that's for sure. In
Ms.
any
Matthews, if I could just perhaps, sorry to interrupt, but we do want to move along. And I think some of your questions are exactly the reason that we are going to have the public engagement workshops. And so I'll let Mr. Bars just comment very briefly on it, but I really think that those are the kinds of questions, and this might help inform the public engagement sessions, but I think those questions will be best answered at those engagement sessions.
Can I just say, those engagement sessions where it's just one-on-one going from map to map to map to map, it's not the experience that allows this kind of information that all of us have that we can share to be aware of what other people are thinking. So I hope you have some kind of thing besides just the thing walking around, looking at maps and talking to the consultants.
Thank you for that. And I'll just ask Mr. Bars if he would like to quickly respond to how ways that some of those questions will be handled in the engagement workshops.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And great points. Thank you for those points. We are planning to do at least at least 2 presentations per workshop. And so the idea is that we would go through similar material that we've been through tonight in the form of a presentation to the community members that are gathered there. And then there would be the opportunity to talk to those points. And then, yeah, as the chair has mentioned, a lot of the points you're making, great points. We would love to hear those as part of the public consultation. And thank you for pointing out the tsunami risk area to us, which we'll make sure we have another look at when we do the evaluation.
Thank you for those.
Can I say one more thing?
Very briefly, very briefly.
I just, we have a huge commitment to reconciliation in this community. And I'm very concerned when I see the Cedar Hill corners always as an area where we're going to develop as housing. It seems to me that this could be an opportunity for some kind of land back or Indigenous engagement.
Ms. Matthews, I'm sorry, but that is taking us into a very different area. And certainly the consultant did already indicate that they are also speaking to the First Nations. And so I'm sorry, but we're not going to take that comment tonight. I am going to move on to the next speaker so that we can allow other members of the public to speak. Okay. And you can certainly answer those things at the public engagement sessions. Thank you. So I'm going to move on.
I don't remember them saying anything about Indigenous peoples, and that's why I brought it up. So, but thank you for letting me know that that's part of the conversation.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now. There is another hand raised on the screen. Anthony Roy, I believe, if you would like to go ahead. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As it pertains to the issue about the bike lanes that was brought up earlier, I just want to say that I support the letter that went in. And I think the 100 families that are affected deserve to have their costs expressly included in the analysis and plan for those upgrades. So I'll just register that. Regarding the planning materials just presented, there's a certain amount of discussion in there about vehicles and the nature of vehicles in 2045, the effect of electric vehicle mandates on whether or not we'll see specific mixes of vehicle types at certain points in the future. I do have a question, which is just how reliable the consultants feel that all of that stuff is. Because our ability at this point, I think, to predict with any reliability, the mix of vehicles that's going to be on the road 20 years from now, given the economic and political changes we're going to be facing. I just think this is presented as if it's sort of a manageable, predictable sort of item, when in fact it probably isn't. And it's a material point to the greenhouse gas stuff. So that's one point. The second thing that I'd like to point out is that the total greenhouse gas emissions of the district is, of course, a minuscule fraction of the provincial and national and international totals. Like, we have to have some sense of proportion here. So the numbers in your thing, there's 75,000 tons for the district. The province is 65.5 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent per year. Canada as a whole, I think, is over 700 million tons. So we're talking about, effects that are very, very much at the margin. And, much more than that, I think it's really
Mr. Roy, if I might just interrupt, please. I think we're going a little off topic here. This is really just to it's the policies discussion tonight is to understand whether all of these things are captured in the public engagement discussions. And while your points are perhaps valid, and certainly it's difficult to crystal ball some of these things, those kinds of questions are probably best addressed at the public engagement sessions, and the consultants will be able to take note of that, as will our district staff, and we will then be able to have them brought back, and we'll be able to discuss them at that time. So I don't want to infer that I am dismissive of your comments, but this is really about have we captured these discussion elements in the public engagement framework? And I believe we have, because GHGs are within the framework. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to conclude.
Well, madam, I think my point that I was getting to within about 30 seconds, which was that the GHG estimates and the whole approach to them in the documents presented for the public consultation, etc., fails to address the issue of the total cost per ton reduced. And so we throw around these numbers about tons of GHG that are going to be reduced in the cars and everything else. But in fact, it's frankly a very unreliable framework, because what's been produced in these reports, which is going to be presented during the public engagement, doesn't consider the issue of relative cost per ton reductions, which means we could be talking about using these approaches that are in the documents presented so far, which are going to be used in the public consultations. We could be talking about perhaps the most wasteful and uneconomic way to reduce greenhouse gases as compared to alternatives, and it simply doesn't even come up in any of the documents. So I think it's extraordinarily important, if we're going to talk about public consultations, and if we're going to include the issue of greenhouse gas reductions, that we make some attempt here to provide the public with a sense of what's the relative cost of reducing those gases in this way rather than that way. Otherwise, they shouldn't be included at all.
Well, I think your point is well taken, but the OCP does include we do have the topic of reducing carbon footprint and GHG emissions, and this is an ongoing thing, and the district staff are dealing with that. I think that they will take note of some of your discussion items. I thank you for presenting them, but I do want to get to a decision on this so that we can also move on to the next topic. I don't see anyone coming forward from, one person coming forward from the gallery.
Sindra again. Just practical questions. Will these slides be available to us on the website so we can forward them to our neighbors and kind of let them know about the upcoming OCP engagement, and what is the plan to get the word out, especially to families who are going to, of course, in 20 years have this on their doorstep, or, it'll really affect them, maybe not so much for a lot of us in this room who won't be here. So I'm just worried about getting the word out, considering that such a short time frame with very little engagement and all done within 1 week, which seems to me very short-sighted as opposed to spread out. But if you could address that, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you. And yes, absolutely. Everything that you've seen tonight is actually available as part of the agenda package that is here. And so certainly I would encourage everyone, if you want to look at them with greater scrutiny, to download them, and they will be available to the public. And I do appreciate this. This does seem compressed. We are working to a deadline. Certainly most times when you would discuss an OCP, it would be a much broader framing out of this. Keep in mind that a lot of the basics of our existing OCP are still valid, and we're not throwing those all aside. This is to comply certainly with the provincial housing order, and we only have till year end. So certainly most of us around the council table would prefer an extended OCP review, but we have to work to deadlines, and so we are working very, very diligently to try to move this forward and present the public with all of the information that is available to us, so that they can comment and we can bring that back to the council table for good decision making. So thank you. I'll let the staff speak to that. There's a number of ways that they are putting that out.
Yes, so through the chair, the intent is to send a postcard to every household in the district. I would also encourage people to sign up to go onto the Connect Oak Bay site and to go onto the Housing Action Programme, and to, if they follow that site and sign up for updates, they will also be notified of those events in due course as well.
Councillor Green, briefly.
Thank you, through you, to Mr. Green. On that note about advertisement, would it be possible to post notices too in our major recreation centres, Henderson, B Street, Monterey Centre, anywhere where people gather?
I think that was planned
as well. Yeah, there's posters being produced as well that will be distributed.
Okay, then coming back, one more speaker, very briefly. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Emily Federico. I live in Oak Bay. And my question is, not so very long ago, maybe a couple of years ago, to great fanfare, suites within houses and carriage houses were announced as an option. And I wanted to know, do those sorts of things count in this number, A? And B, has there been much uptake? And if not, what would you attribute that lack of uptake to? And are there ways that we could encourage some of that, as opposed to some of these bigger things that cost more and affect neighborhoods very deeply? I'm not saying that there's not a place for those things as well, but and then to your point, the province said, every lot can hold all these units. Has there been much uptake? I'm not necessarily saying that's a great thing either, but just has there been? And what would we say is the reason that hasn't been? And I can go sit down.
Yeah, just very briefly, yes, carriage houses are still allowed within the framework. That hasn't changed. The secondary suites, the carriage houses are not. This doesn't mean that those are canceled, so they will still move forward. I think this isn't the meeting to talk about the uptake. I know that certainly in other meetings there has the Building and Planning Department have talked to increased applications, and some of that is actually presented in the report also. So I encourage you to read the report and you'll get that information that you want. Thank you. Okay, one more, and then I want to bring it back to the council table for a decision on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mel Zimmerman. I live on Florence Street. 3 quick points. First of all, 3,761 housing units is a very big number, and I appreciate it is a 20-year plan. But in the spirit of eating the elephant, I'm wondering if there is any kind of a breakdown to understand what a target year by year goal might look like, just to give residents some sense of what's coming over the next 2 decades. Second, completely unrelated point is a question about earthquake-proof construction standards, and I'm wondering if that is within the scope of new construction and what impact, if any, costs might be implied by that building standard requirement. And thirdly, I would absolutely reinforce the need for extensive communication, echoing Councillor Green and Mayor Murdoch's comments about granular communication and strategies. I'd urge you to try to spread it over a 2-week period in the event that people are on vacation and the approaching May 24th long weekend. In my view, this is a topic that can't be communicated too much. I would urge you to maximize that opportunity at every possibility. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Zimmerman. I think we've noted them, and most of these things will be covered in those public engagement sessions, so thank you. And thank you for everyone who has participated. So back to the council table now. First, the very easy question, and that is to receive the report. Moved in second, all in favor? It's unanimous. And now there are 3 options that were presented within the report. And if someone would like to make a motion to get the discussion started. Councillor Green?
I was going to make a comment, so I'll wait for someone to make a motion. Thank you.
Sure. I'll.
Mayor Murdoch?
I just have just 2 additional questions that sprung up from the conversation. One is probably both to the maybe it's to staff through you, Chair. How do we in this planning process account for, in our piece here, there's always unsolicited or unexpected development pieces that might come forward. And I'm cognizant there was a couple of pieces of adjacent properties on the waterfront purchased a while ago, and there's anticipation that they're going to ask for something, but we have no idea what it is. And we're probably not going to presuppose that, but it might add anywhere from 4 to 400. We don't know what the ask is going to be housing units. So how do we, in this process, account for that in our broader planning? And second, the consultation plan is laid out here doesn't mention work with UVic, and I know that they've got their planning process, and I think we've agreed that we would work with them as we do our OCP to accommodate their master planning piece. So can I just get clarification if that's built into the consultation process somehow?
I believe that's probably better for the consultant and staff. Bars?
Okay, on the question of talking to UVic, we are planning to meet with University of Victoria about the Cedar Hill Corners site throughout this process, and so there will be, I would anticipate a number of meetings that happen throughout the process, so that there is coordination there. In regard to kind of, unsolicited applications that come forward, it's quite hard to deal with those. I think I would actually turn that one over to Andre or Brian to respond, if that's okay, because it's more of a district decision on how to deal with.
For staff then, Mr. Director Bowles or Mr. Green?
Through the chair, I'll make a start, I guess, answering that question. I think it would be important, this is a different way of doing OCPs than in the past, and therefore, developers, landowners will need to engage in this process to ensure their future land aspirations are aspirations for those sites are taken into account, and at due course they will be able to make representations if they believe that at a staff level they aren't designating those sites for their preferred use. And so at a certain stage of this process, when this was more formalised through a draft plan and public hearing, those landowners will need to make representations to council to ensure their land is designated accordingly.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I didn't quite understand the answer on the UVic land. So if I might just because it is such a unique piece of property, it's the only significant piece of greenfield available in our community. It has the potential of providing a significant percentage of the overall housing targets, depending on how it's developed. And so, my understanding in conversations with the university is that they expect the district to undertake a significant amount of the public consultation of what should be on that land in the OCP process. So I'm trying to get a sense of, the answer was we will be talking to them, but part of this has to be us having significant public consultation on behalf of UVic as part of our OCP. So I just want to make sure I'm really clear about, as we approve or refine this OCP consultation process, what is planned within this.
And just for clarity on that, when they were talked about public consultation being managed through the district, is that public consultation with our residents about what our residents think should be on the university lands, or is it also engaging with the students at the university and attending there about what their vision is?
Sure. I mean, I'll share briefly. The UVic's master plan is not for that to be student housing. It's meant to be a mixed use, potentially some small commercial. But my understanding is that they're relying on us to essentially pre-zone or preset that. But that consultation obviously has to be in alignment with their master planning process. So the consultation plan in front of us doesn't explicitly talk to the UVic lands, and I just want to make sure, should we give some additional direction here as part of this, just to make sure that is included expressly within this consultation process.
I see Director Bold has his hand raised, so I will first go to him.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. As the consultant was confirming, we will have meetings, but that's with the organization. The other thing that wasn't maybe as clear in the presentation is between the different scenarios, there are different options for the UVic and Camosun lands. And that is something that will be part of our consultation efforts to explore different options for those lands, and that way collect also information, input from the community about preferences, ideas there. But there's a bigger discussion at some point in the future that will need to happen between the district and UVic itself. But that's probably the next step. So initially for this consultation, we have included a number of options that the consultants could explore on if council wishes so. Thank you.
Mayor, do you want to explore this further, or does that answer your question?
That answers my question. I think I'm going to move option 2, which is that land use scenarios and policy directions in the report be referred for community engagement, but then I suggest some following changes. They're not largely significant, but so I'm just going to move option 2, and then I'll think probably move individual aspects.
Second?
And so just very high level, supportive of getting out to the public, supportive of getting this feedback. I think what I heard was that there was the language in the piece there. It says proposed density, but I think I heard that they're willing to looking at changing that to potential density. So I don't think we need to make those specific changes. I think it's worth adding the language just to make sure that we're clear on expectations, that the consultation process actively solicit detailed feedback on appropriate location and scale of potential development and on potential locations of new corner commercial zoning. So that we see, if there's a seconder, I'll motivate to that.
Is there a seconder? Councillor
Sorry,
Smart?
First, could I just ask for that to be repeated? Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm just going to say that the consultation process, which we're moving forward here, actively solicit detailed feedback on appropriate location and scale of potential development and on potential locations of new corner commercial zoning. And just briefly to that point, I think it's what I heard is this is probably already largely included in here in the process undertaken. But I just want to make sure that there is something included in the survey in particular that allows for people to say this location makes sense and this would be the scale, whether it's 3 stories, 4 stories, 6 stories, et cetera. There's potential there for people to actually give tangible feedback on those specifics as part of the feedback process. And I think the locations of new corner commercial zoning was raised a few times. I think, again, seeking public input on where some locations for that make sense would be beneficial.
Thank you, Mayor. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Smart?
Well, thank you. I think I'm supportive, but I would just appreciate if it could be clarified, new corner commercial, if that means corner store or 6-story mixed-use development or all of the above. Thank you.
Mayor?
I think I would leave that to the applicant.
You'd leave it
to
open
the
to the
consultants.
engagement.
Yeah. I think probably both are potentially possible, because I think some of that could be at the UVic lands would make sense, and some of this might just be within the infill housing areas.
Councillor Watson?
Thank you. I don't have any problem with what you're suggesting, but I actually think I would take out the word corner, because some of these proposals are showing linear intensification, and so it wouldn't necessarily be corners where that activity might need to occur.
I'm totally amenable to that change if the seconder is, yeah. So just strike that corner commercial. Just commercial.
Corner. Call the question on the amendment. Right? Everybody, and is Hazel there too? Yes. Good. Okay, so call the question. All in favor? Hazel, I don't see that you're opposed, so I take it you're in favor.
Yes, in favor.
Thank you. That's carried. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Chair. Just have a potential amendment here, but I do need to check in with staff as per the language in the staff report, confirming staff such changes do not have implications for other elements in the report. I would like to explore the option of an additional public engagement opportunity in the week of May 26th. And with the possibility, I know staff's spoken to this earlier, but we've heard some pretty interested feedback about an additional public engagement opportunity in the week subsequent, and hopefully to be able to do that in the North Oak Bay, Henderson neighborhoods. And so with the recognition that that is going to be staff cost and resource time, I just wanted to touch base with staff saying, does that constitute a minor amendment, minor change as described in option number 2, and whether there's any other things that we need to consider?
Yeah, I guess from my point of view, it wouldn't, because it's just an extra meeting. It doesn't change the, but staff can perhaps speak to that.
Through you, Chair, there are some implications in getting consultants over, but they are coming over already for the 3 days. So it's something we can look at if that's a direction from council. But cautioning with a cautionary note that we had trouble securing locations and accommodations. But yeah, if it's it's as an additional one, we might need to look at what the cost might be of that. At first glance, I would rather want to see if that's maybe an alternative to an existing date, but on the top of my head, I can't really answer the question just yet if that's significant or not. Maybe, yeah, anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, we don't really have clarity then on whether that would be a minor amendment or not. But well, I was going to go to Ms. Williams even on that and ask the question, but Mayor, if you'd like to. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Then maybe to follow up on that, would it be more appropriate to include we're on a timeline here, but I think we can probably move forward with the existing proposed engagement opportunities, but then ask staff to evaluate the option for an additional engagement opportunity and return that, in a timely fashion to council for review in terms of resource implications. So is that more doable, I guess?
Mr. Boole?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, that would work, and we would only need to come back to you if there's an issue. If we find a way to make that work, we'll simply implement that direction. Thank you.
And you want that in this as a minor amendment to the discussion?
It would be great to include it in the option 2 direction. Thank you.
So
Councillor
then,
Appleton, if
so
you would
then,
just
Chair,
repeat that.
yeah, I would just make a motion to amend that staff be directed to evaluate the resource implications of an additional public engagement opportunity to be offered during the week of May 26th, and that every effort be made to host this session in the North Oak Bay or Henderson neighborhoods.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Was that raised in support of it, or was it discussion? First Mayor Murdoch and then Councillor Smart.
Sure, just I'll speak in favor of the motion, and the wording that I heard there was with preference for it to be in North Henderson. I guess my question is, if it can't be in North Henderson, I think we should do it through a virtual, just to have the second week. And the wording I heard would probably allow for that. I think the second week is really critical because there are people who are just not going to be available, and I think we have to make every effort. So the wording I heard was preferentially for North Henderson, and I'm just going to ask the mover if that is not possible, if a fallback to a virtual session might be also acceptable.
Councillor Appleton?
Yes, Chair, that would be acceptable. I think it is important to have, I would concur that it's important to have an additional engagement opportunity the week subsequent. In person, obviously, clearly the preference. North Oak Bay, clearly the preference. If virtual is the option, then let's go with virtual.
Councillor Green?
And just a question for clarity through you to Mr. Bowl. So there will be other engagement opportunities in September, is that correct? I think I heard that referenced. Okay, thank you. That's yes, yeah, thank you.
We didn't hear him, but he was shaking his head yes. Thank you. Then the amendment is before.
I have another amendment if this is the appropriate time to bring that forward.
We'll first call the question on this amendment. All in favor? Councillor Braithwaite? I will take that as a yes. Thank you. Thank you. That passes. Councillor Smart?
Thank you. I wanted to put forward an amendment that status updates are included regarding the former Oak Bay Lodge site and the Spuhung Marina site.
Could you repeat that?
That status updates are included regarding the former Oak Bay Lodge site and the Spuhung Marina site. And this is particularly with regards to the fact that in the panels, they're just grayed out. And I just want to be really clear with the public on how they're expected to engage in those two properties and what the expectations are and what the current status is of those. I think it's going to be a elephant in the room if we don't address those in the presentation materials.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? Mayor Murdoch? Did you second it? Do you want to
just
speak to it,
to
Councillor
motivate
Smart?
further? I just this could be something rather simple. And I would leave it to the consultant and staff to discuss. But I think it's going to be an educational opportunity for people around what the opportunities and constraints are with those sites and where we're at today. And I think it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't at least update the public and also with the knowledge to date and also just where staff and the consultant feel there's opportunity for discussion to be very clear about that discussion taking place at the OCP. I think just graying them out is just going to bring a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Councillor Smart. Mayor Murdoch, did you want to
I think
comment on
that
it?
makes sense. I think we better to have just proactively that information at hand for people. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree that it will be questioned if they see it on the diagrams. Now, just for clarity, then, if I could have perhaps Director Bowl speak to that. Is this something that staff would be responsible for coordinating with the consultant, or will the consultant have the information on that to provide it?
Thank you, Chair. I think a little bit of clarity would be appreciated. Right now, both of these sites are in the land use plans, as currently are their institutional uses. So they're kind of in a bigger collection of sites that have the designation. So we're not specifically singling out those sites for any specific land use at this point. It's not part of the land use scenarios at this point. However, based on this spring's engagement, and depending on the input, maybe specific land use changes would be considered for those sites. So I think we could at a very high level include and make sure we have information about the Oakley Lodge site and the Spurong Marina site, but more in the context of those are subject to separate processes right now, each of them for different reasons. So if that's along the expectations of what this suggestion is about, then we can keep that at that high level. But if it needs to be more detailed, then I would be a little bit concerned about interfering with other processes and not having probably not enough time to prepare that properly. Thank you.
Councillor Smart, could you perhaps respond to that if that provides the intent of what you are amending this on?
Yeah, thank you. Through acting chair to staff, that does align pretty well with my expectations. There's a educational piece with the community. These are very popular subjects in our community because they are large pieces of land, and the topic of what they will be in the future and whether there is a possibility of having housing on them versus not, and even who owns the land. There's a large breadth of educational opportunity at this OCP, and I think we do need to provide some clarity around how much feedback we do want from the public at this particular OCP session with regards to those sites. So I think any clarity would be welcome.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Smart, any other comments from around the council table?
So just as a seconder of that, largely agree with that. I mean, my take of this is that, as the staff have pointed out, those currently have current processes. I think, the hospital district lands that Oak Bay Lodge is on is currently at a process state right now where it's moving forward, and I think just people being aware that that's got a process underway. Same with the Oak Bay Lodge or the Marina land, there's a separate process. Feedback will be to that process, not in this process. I think people will be wondering why that isn't included in the process. I just want to make sure what I'm hearing is that's fine. I just don't want this to be then. But you also have a chance to put feedback in here. This is not the place for that feedback. It is those separate processes. So that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Green.
Yeah, I think just to follow up on that, I think that we need to be really clear that this is about housing. This is a targeted revision. It is not an overall revision, which you pointed out earlier in your remarks. But I think Mayor Murdoch is correct that we don't want to mix up the issues. We're looking at a targeted revision, and it's focused on housing. So that's my understanding. I don't want us to confuse the public.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Green, and that's the way I am interpreting it, that they will be identified as part of the status updates on this as part of this engagement process, not included in this part of the engagement process, but just so that we have identified, yes, there's ongoing processes, and they will come to the public at the time that those applications come forward, or we have further information. So with that, if there is no further discussion, I will call the question on the amendment to provide status updates status updates be included for the Oak Bay Lodge site and the Marina site. All in favor? I believe that carries. And Councillor Braithwaite, I haven't heard differently from you, so I am including you as in support of it. Are there any further amendments? Councillor Murdoch, or sorry, Mayor Murdoch.
Either one's fine. Through you, Chair, and I apologize, but I think this is important. I'm going to move that the preliminary results from the May consultation process come back to Council before the middle of July. Thank you. So with the seconding, my motivation here very briefly, if I look at that time frame, May consultation concludes, there's going to be a lot of work on taking what was heard and developing policies. I do believe we need to have a touch point prior to that so that we're not at the end of that where we don't have enough time to consider changes because it's very tight from October to December. I just think it's a rational point for a touch point for council to see the results and what the direction of that detailed bylaw development is happening. So I might just turn it over to staff and the proponent just to see the impact of that, but I can't see this going forward without some touch point over those 5 months.
Director Bold.
Thank you, Chair. That is very doable and also something that staff was mulling over, and so thank you.
Thank you. Then with that, no further discussion on it. I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a seconder, Councillor Green. So then I will call the question on amending to also include that the results reports come back to council by, I'm losing my voice now, by July. So I'll call the question on that. All in favor? I see none opposed. That carries. Any further amendments to this? Seeing none, then I will call for the first motion. The main motion, option 2, the land use scenarios and policy direction in the report titled Official Community Plan Update, CPP 75 and 76, land use scenarios and draft policy directions be referred for community engagement as amended.
I just, sorry, I'm supportive. I just want to make one comment here. I do think that as we go through this process, and I was just looking back at the history of this, you know, in 2020, we did a housing needs report. We got a 10-year target of 647 units. That was revised upwards to 1,328 if you take the 664 over 10 years to 20 years, it's 1,328. In 2024, that 10-year target was adjusted again. So this one is 1,780 for the 10 years, or 3,700 divided by 2. So we've tripled the housing target needs reports from the province in the course of 4 years, based on a formula that's opaque to all of us. It represents 3,761 units, is a 50% increase in the number of units in Oak Bay in 20 years. It's 3 times the average growth rate of the region over the last 10 years. So it's a big ask. And I think that looking at this consultation is, let's look at where the housing needs to go and what housing forms we need. I don't think we have to make it possible, but I think we need to be focused primarily on what is the housing we need, where should it go, and how will it meet the needs of our community over time. So I just think it's worth just flagging for it that some of this work I think the numbers are a bit artificial, but the work of actually building housing that the community needs is really critical, and this is the opportunity we have in the OCP to reach it. So I'm very appreciative of the approach I think taken in this. I think it'll have a good conversation as a community, but I just wanted to make that point before we left this one topic. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for that analysis. I'm going to call the question quickly, and then I will call a question to extend the meeting. So I will call the question on the main motion. All in favor? That motion carries. I will now call for a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Motion to move it to extend to 11. I don't think there's any chance of us getting through here before 11.
Okay. Second? Anyone in opposition? Motion, call question then. All in favor? Okay, no one has said opposed. So Hazel, Councillor Braithwaite, I hope that you can hang on for another hour online there. Maybe less. Okay, thank you. Then
Thank
that
you.
concludes that, and then we will now move back on to 7.1, the public engagement approach for active transportation network. I believe Mr. Rennick, our Director of Engineering and Public Works, is here to speak to this.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. Given the hour, I will keep my comments very brief. Essentially, the report that is in front of the committee is a couple of different approaches for how the community may be engaged on the active transportation network, and understanding that there's a lot of community interest in these projects, and understanding that it's important that the community's voice be heard. We have provided a couple of different approaches that council may consider. There could be a targeted network-wide, high-level priority engagement. There could be route-specific as each route comes up in its schedule. Or there could be a hybrid approach where council prefers a network-wide consultation this year and may direct targeted consultations on really any of those routes that council feels may benefit from a second look. And so, as I said, I will not belabor this, and I'm very happy to take your questions.
Okay, then back to this table. The report is before us, and are there questions for staff? Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I'll be brave, but my first question is in preparing the options, Mr. Rennick, were you anticipating that if option 2 were selected, that we would have deemed to have met those requirements for the Haltane neighborhood bikeways? Or would this imply that if we selected option 2, that we were really starting from scratch on any of the routes?
Through the chair, the routes that are being spoken about here are the 9 priority projects that council had directed. Essentially, those would be the ones that follow after the ones that were already in stream, being McNeil and Henderson and Haltane. I don't want council to have the impression that the decision made on this report relates to Henderson and Haltane. That matter has been considered separately.
Thank you. That's really helpful. But nothing else at the moment.
Councillor Smartin and Mayor Murdoch.
Well, thank you. Through acting chair to Mr. Rennick, I just wanted to clarify based on some of your initial comments. I'm gathering, should council support option 3, the network-wide engagement and the route-specific engagement, even though the option is titled route-specific engagement on larger routes, I believe what I just heard you say is that council will have an opportunity for every single route to decide potentially to undertake specific engagement. Could you just clarify? Thank you.
Mr. Rennick.
Through the chair, yes, that's an excellent question. I think that comment of larger routes was perhaps reflecting staff's thought that the larger and more involved routes, such as Oak Bay Avenue or Cadbro Bay, might be the ones that council directs. But really, I could have given it a more neutral title of route specific on those routes that council so directs.
Smart.
Thank you. Through acting chair, just to follow up to that then, would staff anticipate wanting council direction tonight with regards to the extent of those route-specific engagements, or we could simply impasse in theory that concept of doing both levels of engagement and deal with the finer grain decisions on that at a later time?
Mr. Rennick.
Through the chair, I certainly think it would be a large ask of council at this point in time to identify which specific routes they would like to hear from. And I would suggest that perhaps after doing a network-wide engagement, that might be an appropriate time when council receives that what we heard report that would arm council with the knowledge or perhaps assist in determining which specific routes council may wish to see additional consultation on.
Mayor Murdoch?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted some clarity. Under option 1, it states that what we heard report would be presented to council, but then the language of staff and consultants would reference the what we heard report to draft designs for each route, and that the 50% designs would be based on the public feedback, and that those designs would be brought back to council for feedback and next step directions. I just want to make sure I understand. Is the intention there that only the what we heard report would define the designs, or would the presentation of the what we heard report be anticipated for council to give some direction on what level of design to go forward to 50%?
Mr. Rannoch?
Through the chair, yes. Sorry, this is what happens when we keep it high level. When council receives the what we heard report at the end of the round 1 or option 1 engagement, there would be a governance ask of council not to merely receive that report, but also to provide direction moving forward for what council would like to have done with that report.
No, thank you. That was sort of the presumption, but the language was a little unclear, so I appreciate the clarity. I guess the other piece of this is we are talking about active transportation, and I'm wondering about if we do the broader consultation in particular, but even on a route-specific basis, is it possible to include statistics or counts for pedestrians and cycling volumes on the routes, and perhaps even rough costs of what different design options might be looked at? Through you, Chair.
Mr. Rannoch?
Through the chair, if there is a desire from council to have that route-specific information, some of it we are able to provide through permanent count stations that CRD operates, or between the twice annual cycling count that they conduct. We also have some data that we've collected through pedestrian and sidewalk master plan. We've also recently purchased a cycling counter, and it also counts pedestrians. So that is certainly information that could be provided should council wish to see it for a specific area.
All right. I was, to follow up to that, I'm thinking if there's a broad consultation, those available knowledge that we have could be shared as part of that consultation. It's just my point. I'm getting to the point of we may want to consider what volumes of traffic there are as we consider the different designs being considered.
Mr. Rannoch?
Through the chair, I would suggest that when looking at the broad network level, there are a lot of sources of data. For example, there's the Capital Regional District Origin and Destination Survey that's conducted every couple of years, where a representative sample of residents identify what forms of transportation they use. There's also, these are things that you can ask the public in these network-wide approaches is, do you ride bikes? How often? If you don't, what's holding you back? Those are all sorts of things that you could ask about in that type of consultation.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering, more of if any information we had on specific routes could be included, but I appreciate that's not. And to the question of if we're looking at different design options, could cost be included as part of those presentations for public feedback?
Mr. Rannoch?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely.
Last question I have is just related to a bit more specific, but we do have a village planning process that's scheduled to start next year, and which of course will include all things transportation, from parking and sidewalks to bikes and cars and other factors. I'm just wondering, does it make sense to include the active transportation design of that corridor, if we're doing a broader one, really restrict that one to the village planning process? I'm looking to staff just to some guidance on that one, because that one kind of stuck out for me as a bit of an outlier in this discussion. Mr. Rennick, or through you, Chair.
Through the chair, yes, we are aware of the village area plan. That's why when the draft implementation timeline was presented to council last year, the Oak Bay Avenue lanes were deferred to the end of it. And that's certainly something that, should council direct the network-wide engagement, we could ensure that information is factored into the engagement that there is a village area planning exercise to be undertaken, and perhaps that engagement does a lighter touch on Oak Bay Avenue itself, knowing that the village area planning exercise is waiting in the wings.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Green?
Thank you. We have a new disabilities committee, through you, Chair, to Mr. Rennick. I'm just wondering if they've been involved in any of the consultation, because of course active transportation can include electric scooters. I'm thinking of the disability scooters, people who use aids to walk and that kind of thing. I'm thinking the accessibility committee might want to have input into this issue as well. Thank you.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the chair, to this point, the accessibility committee has not been specifically consulted on any of the plans. However, that is certainly something that council could direct, should they so choose, to have that committee be an interested party in the consultation.
Thank you. And I just have a question then as a follow-up to that. So if that was something that council chose to do, would that be more applicable then through the option 1, which could include some of the pedestrian aspects of active transportation? Because what is before us right now is basically a cycling infrastructure.
Thank you for the question, Chair. I would say that council ultimately could ask the accessibility committee to weigh in on any project in any form that council deems to be appropriate.
Thank you for that. I don't see any further questions from council members, so I will go to members of the public who wish to speak to the issue. Sorry, Councillor Watson has one question.
Yes, thank you for indulging me, Chair. A question for Mr. Rennick. Because this is at a high level, there's no discussion of what this engagement would look like, and I'm wondering if you could just give us a thumbnail of what that, if for example, if we picked option 2 and then we're committing ourselves to doing this for 9 routes, what that format might be like, and if it would need to vary depending on the length or location of the route.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the chair, yes. As I said, I did keep it high level, but in the staff report, there is a brief description for what those engagements would be. So for option 2, we said that it would consist of an in-person information session for each project, as well as a page on the project website and a questionnaire. And our experience with past projects would be that we would need to advertise that broadly through both a coordinated mail drop to affected areas, as well as through conventional channels, print media, social media, etc. And that's certainly something that when we return to council with the project sign-off, that will be fleshed out in more detail, hopefully once we have direction from this body about which option you would like us to flesh out further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I see no further questions from around the table, so I will call on members of the public who wish to speak. Mr. Cowden?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to make a representation at this late time at night after a long meeting for all of you. I would just like to speak to the 3 proposals that were put, and on behalf of the Oak Bay Village Business Improvement Association, we're recommending option 2, which would allow input, although Mayor has indicated that. And we'd like that opportunity, but it may also apply to the Estevan or other commercial areas so that we could have some specific input. And it will happen over a time. Particularly, there's going to be the village plan that it comes into place, and we would really like to see that option 2 so that there is the opportunity to have input to preserve and protect the viability of commercial activity in the Oak Bay Village. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Condon. Are there any other speakers from the gallery? Mr. Kilpatrick, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Kilpatrick. I'm an Oak Bay resident from the Chefe neighborhood, and I'm really pleased to see staff asking for guidance from council on how to engage community residents on bikeways. Community involvement and engagement in the municipal decision-making process is so important to building and maintaining healthy, vibrant, and livable communities. In considering how to move forward, I'd encourage council to fully embrace its policy on public engagement. It's the result of some great work by the mayor's task force on public engagement a few years ago, and I know councillors Appleton and Patterson were part of that process before they were elected to council. The policy incorporates the core values of the International Association of Public Participation, such as the belief that those who are affected by a decision have a right to be involved in the decision-making process, and seeking input from participants in deciding how they participate. I think for something like this, it would mean not just informing or consulting those who would be directly affected by bikeway decisions, but involving them in a way that their concerns and aspirations are directly reflected in the results. These are the people who understand the current dynamics in their neighborhoods and who will live with the results on their streets 24/7. Information sessions are a start, but getting involved should mean involved in a meaningful conversation and asking neighborhoods to help design how they want to participate. Signs all along the routes to be affected and literature drops would help build awareness. Surveys or questionnaires are great for some things or as part of a larger engagement strategy, but they are by nature superficial, and the information they collect is only as good as the questions they ask. You're also not sure who really has responded unless you put in strict controls, and surveys are subject to skewing by political campaigns. Neighborhood bikeways aren't part of the CRD regional cycling plan, so the focus really should be on the needs of Oak Bay residents and neighborhoods in any event. Community engagement definitely needs more work, but it has an amazing return on investment, better informed and more effective decisions, and resident buy-in and support. I wonder, though, if what's being proposed is too grand, with too many bikeways all at once. I was a commuter cyclist and walked to worker for 26 years. We taught our children to be safe cyclists from the time they could first ride a two-wheeler. Now that's a job we have with our grandchildren. All of Oak Bay hasn't felt unsafe, but several major intersections have. Maybe that and routes to school is where we should be concentrating. Thank you for the time and for staying up for us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Kilpatrick. Any other speakers from the gallery? If you come forward, I'm going to go to the one speaker who is online. Is that Ms. Knight that's online? Perhaps you could unmute, Ms. Knight, and speak, and while you are speaking, we will get the next person here. Go ahead, please.
And I'm also losing my voice, so here we are. Thank you for sitting so late into the night for this. I just wanted to remind council that at the time when there was significant deliberation about the idea of the active transportation network, and you know, in the 2023-2024 round of consideration, not the 2011 round of consideration, there was a lot of focus on the importance of a network, a viable network. And I know a resident spoke earlier about sort of what's the point of a bike lane or bike infrastructure that's like a route to nowhere. And so I do think there's a lot of benefit to option either 1 or 3 in terms of looking at the overall picture, because otherwise we're likely to, you know, no, change is hard, and I empathize with people who are concerned about changes on their streets, but you can spend a lot of time asking people route by route, and the answer might be from every street, why don't you put it on the next street over? And we could spend another couple of decades doing that. I guess I would also offer that it's seems to me, looking at the Oak Bay Public Engagement Framework, that the options available to you within that framework are relatively simplistic at that consult level. You know, I'd love to see some focus groups. I think, you know, what we're seeing right now is that the systems that are in place for residents to show up and express themselves seem to be lending themselves to frustration and polarization. I think that if there was more focus on building some shared understanding and consensus, that would serve the community quite well. You know, if we listen to the rhetoric tonight, I've been called a negligent parent, I've been called a fanatic, and I've been called someone who wants businesses to close and die, none of which I think are fair, just because I choose to transport my kids around by bicycle out of a concern for climate and healthy living. So I hope that you can move forward as best you can, but I also think, you know, considering who are likely to be interested parties and having a specific outreach plan to talk to schools, to talk to major amenities, to talk to businesses, to talk to faith communities, to talk to the major institutions that are on these routes would probably save everybody some time and heartache, instead of having the plan be that at the end of the day, you all spend a lot of hours sitting in a council meeting and then we all have our 3 minutes to tell you what we're mad about, which seems to be not very fun for anybody and not a very effective pathway to community buy-in and a future where we're all each other's neighbors in the end. We're all trying to get along, and hopefully we all care about safety for everybody, and it's just about what's the right balance and how can we share and compromise in the best ways to embrace the change that we want as we see densification in our neighborhoods, and as we see, you know, where are all those folks going to live, and how are those folks going to get around in a way that can manage the infrastructure needs and the vehicle storage needs that they have. So thank you very much, and good luck with this decision.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. To introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Rachel Mark, and I live on St. Anne Street, and I recognize that the conversation tonight is around this consultation process. And one piece that I think is really important to bring forward is the fact that we have already been in dialogue as a community group for the last year, and there are other community groups that have also been in dialogue with council multiple times around our concerns. My concern is that if we don't go ahead with individual consultations for each route, that our voices will get lost. They already have been, and they've been pushed aside. And we hear lots of different viewpoints, and I think it's clear that there are high emotions. We're hearing things on different sides here. And it's also really important to focus in on the people who live in the communities that are being impacted. So we often hear about people living in other areas of the municipality or even not in the municipality who have their ideas about what our street should look like. For our street specifically on St. Anne, that is the complete removal of parking on both sides of the road that's been proposed in the active transportation plan. This is not only expensive, but it inhibits people's ability to have access to their home. Our street is unique. There are many homes that have no driveways. None of the homes have laneways. And so if you're removing street parking, you are potentially removing people's ability to stay in place, to age in place. My neighbor is one example of that. And it's important with that to look at the data that is available. So in Oak Bay, on our street, we have two very important pieces of data. One is the ICBC data that has been pulled from 2018, because that's as far back as we can go, though we have people who live on our street and have lived on our street for over 40 years. And all of the data there shows that there have been no incidences, no bike casualties, no collisions in vehicles. I recognize sometimes there are bumper, little car accidents and things that happen here and there that aren't reported, and that happens in cars, that happens with pedestrians, and that might happen with cyclists. But the data that we have that is presented to us, that is all we can go off of, is that there's an accident rate of 0. And so what that means is that we can't actually make our streets any safer. You can't decrease an incident rate below 0. we can help to quell some of the fears and anxieties that exist around cycling on our street. And we can do that with a lighter touch approach. So that can be something like lowering the speed limits on our street to 30 kilometers an hour. It could be putting in a 3-way stop at St. Anne and Bowker Street. It could be improving the lane markings on the street as well as signage. There are lots of approaches that we can take that are more cost effective and supportive for the residents on our community. And so I urge you to consider that we take that data into consideration. We can't take data from the City of Victoria that is an unrepresentative bias sample. This is something that was provided to us by members of council as a potential decision-making tool. The City of Victoria is not Oak Bay, and it's not our street, and it's important that we don't take that data and move it over and generalize it. That sample has an inflated, biased, unrepresentative sample. Okay, that data shows that there is 10% of people who use cycling as their primary means of transportation, whereas StatsCan shows for the same region for the same year half that amount. We can't generalize that to Oak Bay. And so I just ask that you take this information and you make considerations that each of these routes is unique. Each community is unique, and we have to look at it that way, and we have to take into consideration the impact long-term that this has on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Just, please, just, if I could, just please, we try to maintain civility always in council, and so applause, cheers, or the other form of comment, just please, let's avoid it in the council meeting. Make sure that everyone feels comfortable in what they have to say. We understand that there are opinions on both sides, and so please, no, if you can just keep it quiet in the gallery. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's Rhonda. I live on St. Anne Street as well. My question, I want to bring up the fact that besides the residents that live on the street, we have a park that is very active that people come to use. They're not just residents of Oak Bay, they come to play ball. So I don't really feel that maybe people have their finger on the pulse of our area, what goes on. You've got scouts, you've got ball, you've got all sorts of activities. We have different events that happen with parades, truck parades. We've got an overflow of people that come to the village that then turn around and park on St. Anne's, or Monterey, I guess, turns into St. Anne. So I would like to know, if you're planning on putting this bike lane, where are all these people going to park? We're trying to encourage people to come in. It's not just people that live in the area. They're coming in to play sports from out of area. So they're not going to be riding, not by being naive about this.
I'm sorry, but if I could just interrupt, just to try to bring it back to the topic of discussion, and that really is you're speaking about a specific bike lane, which we're not here to address specifically tonight, but to talk about the form of public engagement you would like to see, so that maybe we get to a form of public engagement that will allow all members of the community to give input at the appropriate time. And so if there was one of these options that you preferred, and I'm taking it that you would like public engagement consultation on each route, then perhaps we can leave it at that.
Well, that just gives you an idea of how it impacts not just the residents. Yes.
Yeah, good comments, and thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
And yes. Any other speakers to talk about the form of public engagement they would like to see? Mr. Simpson.
Good evening. My name is James Simpson. I live on St. Anne Street. Without getting into all of the things that Ms. Patterson says I shouldn't get into. Just with respect to the public consultation, as far as we as a group are aware, the default setting for these bike lanes, should they go in at all, and statistically they shouldn't. We know that now, at least for our St. Anne sort of group. There are intersections where there's a problem, like on Estevan, which should probably be a traffic circle. My concern is the AAA default. And that comes down to the consultations because there's a lean towards confined bike lanes with concrete bumpers. And if that's the default in the consultation process, like how do we consult to get to that, then I think council's making a big mistake, because it's the most aggressive, it's the most expensive, it's the most prohibitive for the people who live along those routes. And I think the default needs to be reset to a much lighter touch. How can we manage bike safety along St. Anne Street, which is statistically completely safe because there's been no incidents? How do we do that with the lightest possible touch? Partly from a revenue perspective, tax increases are far above inflation. So how do we consult and create these plans so that it's not the most aggressive is the default? It should be the least aggressive. There's all kinds of mitigation strategies that can be built into the consultation that have already been mentioned, so I won't repeat them here. But my point is that AAA default, I think, is a terrible mistake. And if we're consulting with that in mind, how to get there, then we're making a mistake. Too expensive, too aggressive for the and for the people who live there. There's all kinds of practical reasons why it doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. See another speaker coming forward?
Good evening. My name is Christy Kilpatrick. I'm an Oak Bay resident. I'm going to shorten my comments because a number of things have been covered and it's very late. But I want to touch on three things. When we talk about active transportation, currently the active transportation proposals do seem to lean heavily to cyclists and bikeways. But pedestrians are actually meant to be prioritized in the active transportation strategy. And yet there is little, if any, reference to the impact of bikeways on pedestrians, for instance, in the bikeway proposal specific to my neighborhood. Safety. While this may not fit directly with the report in front of you, I urge council to prioritize safety for all. There are so many intersections and crosswalks in Oak Bay, certainly in my neighborhood, that are an accident waiting to happen. But these have not been prioritized or targeted, while current proposals seem to be built around elements that might more appropriately belong on a wish list. And then finally, taking time. We've heard about 2011, we've heard about other times that this has come forward, but things change. Having in-person conversations with people who live directly on the routes may take more time, but in the end will save both time and money. Learning about how current routes are being used, how they would be impacted with significant change, and hearing alternate ideas is an important part of planning. The term quick wins has been used to describe some active transportation proposals. Please, as you move forward, I ask two things. Remove the concept of quick, because truly, haste does make waste. And anything that costs $1.8 million should not be classified as a quick win. The most important thing is to get the active transportation proposals right. The best way to do that is to sit down with the people who know their streets best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kilpatrick. I see someone else coming forward.
Okay. Emily Federico again. I live in Oak Bay. And yes, I agree about pedestrians, but I also want to be sure when we're planning how to reach out to people and get consultation that we take into account that there are people who are affected by these decisions who may not be able to come out to a council meeting. I have neighbors who are on dialysis and need care that comes to their home. They're not in a position to get out of their home to come to a meeting like this, but their need to have people be able to come and give them care is important. People who have PT coming regularly, again, because they've had a stroke and they're trying to live in their home. So I just want to put that out there, that that is a concern for me, that there are people who may not be able to come to a meeting per se, but whose voices should be heard because they're important too. Their needs are important.
Thank you. I don't see anyone. Oh, one more. Come forward. Push the button in the middle.
Okay. Hi there. My name is Maggie Evans, and I live in the same block as Monterey Centre and the library. And I would like to ask, if you do install dedicated bike lanes, where are all the cars going to go that are at the library every day, at the Monterey Centre every day? And I have some pictures here I would like to submit of our street where the cars are parked, bumper to bumper, every day. And they're also now using the side street, Brighton. So what is going to happen to all of those cars?
I appreciate the question, and I think that that is, those are the kinds of questions that we're trying to talk about, getting to a decision on the public engagement that we feel we would like to do for a single bike lane, all the bike lanes, whatever. So while it's a question, it's pertinent to one route, and we really want to keep the discussion on what is necessary for the public engagement. So perhaps the question would be, within what was presented, what form of public engagement would you like to see that would consider some of those questions?
Okay.
If it's on all routes, one or two routes, major routes, or something like that.
The other question I have, as I understand it, is not Monterey Avenue an arterial route for the fire service?
It is a route for the fire service, but that's still questions pertaining to a certain route, and really the topic before us is the form that public engagement will take rather than the specifics of each route tonight. If we try to get into the specifics of each route tonight, we will be going very, very late. So I appreciate the questions are all valid, and maybe all should be considered, and that comes back to how do they fit into the public engagement piece.
Okay, and in a case like this, is there a group that I could submit these pictures to, or do I have to wait until we have a public consult?
Any information that you have can always be submitted to our district staff or shared with council through the corporate services, and they will share it out with council if that is your request to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One more, be quick.
Thank you, Council, Chair. My name is Stuart McLeod. I live on Monterey, and in the context of how the consultation could and should take place in this next round, I want to have you consider the fact that the benefits of any of these kinds of developments would be very widely dispersed across the district, but the costs are very localized, and so consequently, individual chances to talk about each individual route, I think, is extremely important, just to understand that where the costs are coming from, both tangible and intangible, are given full weight in the process. Thank you.
Mr. McLeod.
Oops.
And if you could just state your
Dave
name
Mathers.
and talk about
I
the
live on
engagement
Carrick
process.
Street in Oak Bay. I just wanted to talk briefly about the consultation process because I've been involved in it since last fall when we saw the route signs go up in the Estevan Village about the proposed bikeway. And I got involved in the process. I looked at the map, and it was at that time it was said that that would be a 50% completed at that point. There was lines on the map, and we looked at it. We followed the surveys. We put in as much information as we could, and I think I struck out because none of my ideas were taken, and everything seemed to end up on the cutting room floor. Moving forward, we thought we would get the information from that exhaustive consultation process. We were told it was robust and comprehensive, and we would have got that information by late December. We got it 72 hours prior to the March 10th meeting. It's not an easy document. I'm not an engineer, and we got the parking information with 1 hour to go before the meeting. I know I'm talking specifically about this project, but I am talking about the consultation part of the project. And it felt like we talked and we talked and we tried to consult, but at the end of the day, it was like, let's just get this thing done. We got to get it done. And suddenly it felt urgent. And at the time, we were told it was 90%, where before it was 50%, and with maybe just a couple more tweaks, we can make it happen. Well, we're now in a bit of a pickle because we haven't consulted properly. We don't have a good sense of where this project is going, and we really hope for our sake and for all the bike projects that might be coming forward, the consultation project doesn't need to go to special interest groups. It needs to go through the residents, because when I talked to my neighbors, unanimously, nobody knew anything about it. And that's really discouraging that nobody knew about it. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you. If you'll just introduce yourself and please try and keep the remarks focused on the topic and brief.
My name's Ann Mathers, and I live on Carrick Street, very close to one of the proposed bikeways. And I wanted to talk about what meaningful engagement means. We've been told that there has been meaningful and robust engagement with the community. And as my husband just explained there has not been robust communication. I just want to ensure that, that talking to this, what's on the table here today, that each individual route requires consultation with the people who live along the route. And when I'm talking about consultation, I'm not talking about having the residents talking to a wall, talking to a placard. I'm talking about a discussion with the people, with staff, actually. And I'd love to have some impact and some, for the people who have these consultations, to actually have some meaningful input, so it's actually used rather than just what we heard. This is what we heard. What do you do with what we heard? That's just not enough. So each individual route needs to have the consultation of the people nearby. I'm going to give the example of the route that we are talking about that goes through our neighborhood. It's been sold as a quick win, low-hanging fruit, signs and paint. What's buried in there is like an omnibus bill. Honestly, it's described as a neighborhood bikeway, but it's not, because the section that's going through our area is a multi-use pathway, as in the Galloping Goose, with 15-foot wide pathway. It's going to be excavated out. It's going to have bollards in it. It's going to go from a wonderful community asset as it is now into a bikeway. That's not an active transportation feature. This is for bicycles. So this is what got lost in all this communication. I don't think that very many people know who are saying, get the bike lane in, know that there's going to be a huge destruction of the bedrock, the history, the native plants, the oak trees that are going to have their, heritage oak trees are going to have their roots paved over. This was buried in signs and paint, low-hanging fruit, and a quick win. That's not the case. And I hope that this process takes into account failures that have happened so far and makes great improvements for all of the bikeways that go forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else coming forward, so we will bring it.
Can I make one comment?
Brief comment, and then I want to bring it back to the table,
Yes,
please.
Sure.
And please, about public
Yes.
engagement.
I'm just curious, where the funding's coming from and who's driving it? I'm just curious.
Well, the funding ultimately comes from certainly some of it will come through taxation. The taxes we charge. I mean, we do factor that in. So some will come from there. We have reserves for transportation. There's funding that comes through different levels of government.
That's what I'm curious
and then
about.
specific grants can be applied for. So there's a number of sources for some of the
somebody's
funding.
driving. This didn't
But
come out of thin
this
air.
is getting a little off topic because
Perhaps,
it's-
but they're driving something through. We're paying, as this street is paying for this debacle.
But the
And
street,
it's being funded by.
sir, the street doesn't. It's not charged per street. But this is getting off topic because that's more part of the financial package when we do the financial planning for the district.
So is it senior levels of government are pushing this?
No, it is certainly an active transportation strategy is something that is very well accepted across communities.
It didn't start in Oak
across
Bay.
Canada.
It didn't start in Oak Bay.
Well, sir, respectfully, this goes back quite a long ways in discussion in Oak Bay, and so certainly active transportation.
Well, they're pulling them out in Toronto. They're pulling them out in Calgary, the bike lanes, because
No,
it's such a debacle.
I think that's not useful for the discussion tonight,
Well,
and
perhaps
so
it is.
and it doesn't add anything to what we want to do by public engagement. So I'll ask you to
Fair enough.
to just refrain from that discussion tonight. Thank you. Councillor Green.
Excuse me. I really appreciate all of the input that we've heard tonight. Excuse me. And I'm prepared to make a motion, actually. Is there someone else?
One
Okay.
speaker online. I can't see the name from here, but there is someone online with their hand raised.
I think it's me.
Oh, Kathleen?
Kathleen?
Yes. All right.
Thank you. I've been paying attention to this, but I'm a little bit late coming to this whole conversation, and I just found the report from, I guess, last May or last summer, and I'm looking at something called the 5-year implementation plan. Surprised to see that McNeil Avenue cycling is option 1, and option 2 is Curry Road beach connection. How do I find out what the status of that is? How am I going to know when that's under discussion? Is it still option 2 or is it active option? Just how all of a sudden I'm kind of curious as to how this is going to affect my neighborhood.
Well, Ms. Matthews, I think this is exactly what we're here tonight to discuss, is what form public engagement should take. So if perhaps we can continue with that discussion, it will help inform you. And part of our goal at Council is to try and ensure that the information does get out to everyone in the community. Certainly the district's website has a lot of information on what the strategy is for the cycling lanes, and so you can access some of that information online.
I have been accessing, and that's exactly what I'm looking at. I just want to know, when am I going to know about option 2, Curry Road Beach Connection? How are you going to let me know, or like, when do I start?
Mr. Rennick, do you want to speak very briefly as to what the schedule might be for some of these different projects?
Thank you, Chair. Frankly, the schedule will depend a bit on which option council chooses. So I feel that the first answer that you gave was ultimately the correct one. And that's more or less how I would have put it too.
Thank you. So, Ms. Matthews, thank you for the question, but perhaps you can just stay tuned in for the conversation, and we'll see where this goes on the form that public engagement is going to take. So with that, then, I'll bring it back to the table, and Councillor Green has her hand raised.
Would you like a motion, Chair?
Yes, that would be a good starting point for discussion. Thank you.
I'm going to move option 2. Public engagement option 2. I just want to quickly say I appreciate the report, thank you, and the fact that there were options provided.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
The motion then is live for discussion, and if Councillor Green would like to motivate, or Councillor Braithwaite would like to add points.
Thank you. You know, I think what we've learned about public engagement is that it's critical, and it's critical on cycling infrastructure. I think that's clear. I think we've heard from many, many people and a number of neighborhoods who are concerned about the future of not only transportation, but concerned about their pedestrian transportation. They're concerned about their parking, their neighborhoods, access, all of those things. And I think route by route is a fair way of dealing with our plans around active transportation. I think it's the only fair way, because I think it gives everybody an equal voice. And I think that's really important. These neighborhoods are concerned, we know that, and they're genuinely concerned. We even had the chair of the BIA, or the president of the BIA, also talk about option 2. And in my reading of the report, I think it is indeed the fairest option. I think it's the one that will provide us with the most information. And we talk about wanting specific information from residents. I think if you engage on each route, that's exactly what you will get. So I hope I've motivated you, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Braithwaite, did you have anything to add to that?
I'll just say that I concur with Councillor Green's comments, just to keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Other comments? Councillor Smart, and then Councillor Mayor Murdoch. I'm trying to demote you tonight. Yeah, I know, it goes to my head.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion at the table, because what I heard from staff earlier was that if we did go ahead with option 3, we could have both the network-wide engagement and the route-specific engagement on every route, which I think is the option that would be best to move forward with. What I've been hearing from the community is lots of discussion around the interconnectedness of these different routes, and wondering why it's in one place and not another. And I fear that if we separate them all out and don't at least have one conversation about all of them, there won't be a cohesive understanding and a cohesive discussion. But I do fully agree that whatever option we go ahead with, we do need to have the route-specific engagement. I'm just hoping for option 3, which includes both.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Mayor?
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I have basically the same comments. I appreciate option 2, but I do think there's a value in looking at the whole network first. And I say that because I think we really, if I'm learning lessons from things that we've done in the past, I think one of the benefits we have here is to look at the network holistically, get a sense of what the different options cost, and include feedback on potential pedestrian improvements at the same time. And by doing that, up front. We can consider the options within the cost structure for the whole piece and weigh what options need higher or lighter touch. And then using that to drive a 50% design. My only issue with option 3 is I don't think it needs a lot of expensive consultation, but I think referral to the local people affected. So we have the master plan, but share that 50% design with the people locally affected to get the local knowledge nailed down, and refer those all to the accessibility committee so that we're getting both those pieces of feedback. To my mind, that's where we get the kind of the mix of the regional and the local. So that's where I'm leaning on this one. I do think the local is incredibly important. I think what we've learned over these things is that there is a enormous amount of value in just local knowledge, just the smallest and strangest things that can make a big difference for how these things are actually used. And so I'm supportive. I think that's the intent of the mover and the seconder of this one, is to get that local feedback. But I do personally feel that there is a value of having that high level costed look at options to drive, so we're not just doing that on a case by case basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Chair. So speaking, unfortunately against the motion on the floor for many of the same reasons. That totally in support of route by route engagement, and that's clearly what the public is telling us that they want to see. I concur. I am more inclined to support option 3 because there's plenty of well documented cases where a full route analysis produced better results. Producing the minimum network gets more people on bikes and gets people adopting the network and using it. And when I've been speaking to people about the existing bike routes in front of council, what I've really heard is, people have asked about, well, what were parallel routes considered? What exactly are we looking to accomplish here? What is the ultimate goal? Why this specific route, which appears to be easier but actually has a lot of complications to it, why was that one selected? Which are all completely legitimate comments. So I would like to be able to frame the conversation about active transportation routes in the context of the larger network and have it not be piecemeal and not have the community understand what overall we're trying to accomplish. So more in favor of option 3, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I will comment briefly. I did support option 2, and the reason was because there was clarity that each route would be considered. With option 3, there was less clarity in my mind because it does say that there would be consideration for public engagement as council choose to direct. And so I think there's a greater sense of uncertainty that perhaps some routes there will be consultation on, and others they would not be. And that was why I was supportive of option 2. I do agree with the mayor. I think that it would be good to have magnitudes of costs for parts of the discussion. I think it would be very good to have a review by OPE's accessibility committee. And I also would like to see us, rather than what we see before us is really not active transportation, it is cycling routes. Active transportation includes all forms of people-powered transportation. And so that certainly does include pedestrians. And as a very active pedestrian, those things are important to me. So, and we are quickly approaching the 11. So
will we extend to 11:10?
Second. And is there anyone opposed? I see no one opposed, so we will extend to 11:10. So with that, I mean, I could support option 2 or 3, but that was my reason for supporting option 2, was the greater specificity of ensuring that each route would be consulted on. So I don't see any others, so I will call the question on the motion for Councillor Green. quickly.
Final comment. I think it's probably not going to go anywhere, but my final comment is that the concerns that neighborhoods have are very specific. That's why specific consultation on each of the routes is so important. It affects different neighborhoods differently. So not to look at the neighborhood specifically to see, for instance, St. Anne does not have driveways and laneways. That's unique. Monterey has huge parking issues because of the Monterey Center and other commercial enterprises nearby. So each of these are unique scenarios that require individual analysis. That's my argument for option 2.
Thank you, Councillor Green. So I will then call a question. All of those in favor of option 2?
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. And in opposed? We have Councillor Watson, Councillor Appleton, Councillor Smart, and Mayor Murdoch. So that motion fails. Do we have another motion?
I'll move option 3, and I'm going to make one amendment if it's seconded. I think the motivation's already happened, but I'm going to move that we amend this to change the consultation, local consultation from inform to consult, because I think we actually do want meaningful feedback at 50%. And to include local consultation and the accessibility committee feedback on all routes.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Appleton.
So speaking to the amendment, I just think there's a couple of things here. The report speaks to the IAP2 being informed on that consultation, and I don't think that's appropriate. I do think we actually want meaningful input that can affect the change. And the second part of that is just, I think let's just be very clear. We are going to have local consultation and accessibility committee feedback on all of those routes as we go forward. And I think the clarity is very helpful, so that again, as we go through this process, everybody knows that if something's happening on the street, they will be notified and they will have consultation opportunities. Thank you.
Councillor Appleton, did you want to add anything?
I'll be very brief, Chair. I think that that's eminently reasonable, and I think that was essentially what I heard. I think it's good to codify, but I think that was what staff had also proposed in terms of that council can direct the individual site level engagements for those things. So that was my understanding, but I think it's good to have an amendment in place to make sure that it's captured accurately. Thank you.
Councillor Braithwaite, your hand is raised. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. I will support this this option, but only based on the fact that it's basically including option 2 in there, which is what I really wanted to see to begin with. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I will speak to this too. I think that with the change in the amendment to change the wording from inform to consult and to have a review by the accessibility committee, it is certainly something that I can support, and I think it is what the community needs and what the community is wanting. So with that, I feel good about that. Would you like, were you waiting to speak?
I'm a little late.
Would you like to just?
What?
Could you? Sorry. Could you take the microphone? Yeah. Just.
For being late about this. I live on Monterey, at the opposite end of the block from the library, and I use the library a lot. I also do a number of things at the Monterey Center, and
if I might just, I hate to interrupt, but we're not going to be talking right now about specific routes, because what we are arrived at now is actually a framework for a consultation on all the routes, so that if you will allow this motion to play through, then what we will have is further public consultation.
Okay.
And certainly at that point in time, although I certainly appreciate that you've waited a long time tonight to speak.
Could I just say, sorry, could I just say one thing, which is both the library and the Monterey Center offer a lot of terrific things for people to do, and many, many people from all parts of Victoria come and use them. My point is, why would you bother to set up a lot of wonderful programs used by many people and then say, oh, but too bad, there's no parking. You can't park on the street. The lot's full all the time. I walk through there all the time. What's the use of having wonderful facilities for people that are greatly used if they can't park?
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts tonight, and thank you for your patience in waiting. Just turn, if you could just, turn the mic off. Thank you. Councillor Watson, we do have a motion on the floor. Do you wish to speak to it? Thank you.
I do. I just want to say that I will support option 3, but just a couple of comments. I think that the network-wide review is really important because even in the time that we've established that overall framework, the use of e-vehicles, quite large ones, has really increased. There's been a huge uptake of them. And we've also incorporated in our own bylaw on an experimental basis the use of e-scooters. So what's actually going on in our neighborhoods on the roadway is very different than it was even 18 months ago. And that does need to be factored into our discussion. I also want to say that I do take a little bit of issue about the fact that that the neighborhoods, yes, I agree, people in the neighborhoods know what's going on best, right? And know what's going on in their neighborhoods and in front of their homes. But I also think that other people who go through those neighborhoods also have insight and important information to share about that because they also experience the use of that space. So I don't want these consultations to become so narrow that we lose sight of that fact too. It is not just the physically proximate residents who have all the information and knowledge and insight that we need to do the best job. So I will support the motion with those caveats, I guess.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. And with that, then, we will call the question on the amendment. And the amendment was to change the wording from inform to consult, and to add in the requirement for review by the Accessibility Committee. Call the question on the amendment. All in favor? And Councillor Braithwaite is in favor. Councillor Green? So we have Councillor Green opposed, and the motion, the amendment carries. Call the question on the main motion.
I have one question, right? Sorry, Councillor Patterson.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. Just for my clarification, because I think it was raised here about the direction formerly about the default design. So just want clarification. The consultation across this piece here is really going out there with multiple options and costing. So we're not. No. I just want to make sure. That what the ask is, because I think we've had some former. It's hard to have consultation when you have a default design. So I'm just. Does this direction kind of give free rein to bring forward equally multiple options? Just that question through to staff.
Mr. Rennick.
Through the chair, that is how I am understanding that is what council's desire is, yes, and that will be reflected in the council project sign-off that I prepare following this meeting.
With that clarification then, that's fine, all right. So we called the question on the amendment, and it passed, and now we will call the question on the main motion, as amended. All right. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Green is opposed. That motion carries. We made it through, and we have 3 minutes to spare. So with that, there is, and thank you so much to everyone in the gallery for hanging in here with us tonight. With that, I trust there is no new business, and we can move adjournment. Call the question. All in favor of adjournment? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your input tonight. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chair.